everyone, it's Christina here at Close to My Heart, and welcome to our Dream Maker Scrapbooking Workshop event. We're so happy that you're joining us here today. I am joined by my incredible co-host, Karen Pedersen, today. Hey, Karen.
Hey, everyone.
And of course, we have Ashley, who's doing all of our behind the scenes work here, who we could not make this happen without. So thanks so much, Ashley. As a reminder, we love doing these events with you all. Close to My Heart is really all about letting us show you how. And we love showing you how to create. And that is, of course, due to our incredible CEO and founder, Jeanette Linton. And that has been one of her passions since she started Close to My Heart years and years ago, is to not only just have incredible product, but also show you how to create with it. Now, as we go through the live today, we're going to do a few different things. I'll give you a little bit of a rundown of what's going to happen. I will be going ahead and showing you what we're going to create, and then I'll be going through the process of cutting everything and doing our stamping with you, and then we'll do a giveaway, and then we will have the assembly portion where I'll start with some of the assembly, and then Karen will be here to finish it out for the last two-page layouts. Now, there's a few different things that you want to make sure that you're doing during this event, of course. You want to like this video, you want to be sure to comment on it, and of course, share it with your friends, right? The more the better that can tune in and join us. So let's start by looking at the layouts themselves. Now, this Dream Maker collection was our National Scrapbooking Month collection, and it is stunning. And you can see here that we have a two-page layout. We have a total of 3 of these that we'll be creating. And these really go above and beyond for scrapbooking. And you will see that there's lots of technique in here. There's lots of steps. There's lots of layering. And you can do it all, or you can do a little. You can do whatever best suits you. And we'll be making some modifications as we do this today. But we will show you, of course, the original artwork, which is how it's done in the instruction guide that you can download. And then we'll show you some variations. So I want to show you this under the close-up for a minute to kind of talk you through some of those variations. So here you can see that there is lots of sponging done on all of these different pieces. So you cut all of the papers and then sponge them all. That really gives them this beautiful pop that you see of black there. And you can do that if you want. We're going to leave that off as we do this project today. It does add quite a bit to the time. And so what I will tell you is if you want to add that onto yours, when we get to that part, I'll tell you. Now, this is where you would do your sponging. I would just pause this and go ahead and do all of your sponging. It'll probably take you 20 minutes to a half an hour to do all of your sponging, and then restart this live to go ahead and do the rest of this and assemble it for yourself, because it does take a bit of time. So of course you can do it. We're not going to do it in the demonstration today, but we just like to show you some variety. So this is the first 2-page layout. This is the second 2-page layout. Now you'll see these flowers are so fun up at the top, and they're done in this really cool color blocking way that just looks so neat. Do you see how it kind of goes from the stripe straight up here to these thin stripes, and then the flowers on top match it too. It's a gorgeous look. These are stamped and fussy cut. So I will be fussy cutting for this entire project. However, we're going to show you some modification to that. This looks gorgeous, right? I mean, you look at that and it has so much impact. However, we know that fussy cutting can be challenging for some people. So I just want to bring this in just to show you a quick variation of how you could do just a smaller cluster of flowers here and some clusters over here instead of all the way across the top. So this is just an idea for you. I think Karen will actually be doing this. I think it'd be helpful for her to do this as she creates her pages today, so you can see the original, but then also see a variation that might be a little bit easier for you if you're someone who struggles with all of that fussy cutting. But boy, does it look gorgeous, right? The other thing I'll mention is there is lots of dimension to these, and we'll kind of be going over that as we assemble these, telling you things that we put on foam, including photos, to really give these some pop. And then this is the third and final 2-page layout. And have you noticed also how many spots there are for photos on these layouts? It holds so many photos, which is really nice as well. Now this one has some stamping layered with stickers, more die cut flowers or fussy cut flowers that I'll be fussy cutting. And this one uses the flowers, which is in a unique way. You can see here, they're just white without the color through them. I think it looks really nice on this layout in particular. Same with this, all of these different pieces have that sponging. We're not going to be doing that today, but you can go ahead and add it, and I'll let you know when to do that in case you want to go ahead and pause the video and then go ahead and pick it back up. You can do that even though this is live, so that is an option that you have. Okay, so we're going to move these out of the way for a minute. I'll just kind of stack them up so we're ready to go. And I want to talk you through getting our workstation all ready with all of the items we're going to need. I'm going to start, just want to go ahead and put my mat down. This is my all-purpose mat. I like to have this down just because it's nice, and I can put adhesive on pieces of paper that are tiny right over on this, and they won't stick to this, which there's some tiny pieces on this. So I think it's good for me to have. I, of course, want to have just one of my desk pads down. You could just have scrap paper there. And then the other thing that I'm going to have is 2 Versamats. I'm going to have 2 Versamats as I work. It's just what I like to use. One side has the grid. It's going to help me line things up. The other side is foam so that I can get a nice crisp image when I stamp. I'm going to set those off to the side though for a minute.
Christina, thanks for setting it up just how I like it.
Is this how you like it too, Karen?
Yes,
Good.
exactly.
You can tell we spend a lot of time crafting together here because we all have our little things that work, right? Okay, I'm going to go through the different supplies that you're going to need on hand. You want to make sure to have your product bundle for the 12 by 12 scrapbooking workshop, as well as your stamp set. We'll go through what's in here in a little more detail as we start to do our cutting, but just make sure you have that out. And then I'm going to go through the other supplies that I want to make sure you have. We need archival black or intense black. You can also just use regular black. We need to have these little pink dots. These are the ones we're using, this little accessory here. If you don't have this, you could use little crystals or any other accessory that you have. It's just a small accessory to just add a little bit of bling to the pages. You're going to want to make sure that you have foam tape. Got some assorted sizes here. A black marker. And then we want peach ink, flamingo, glacier, lagoon, lemonade, melon, periwinkle, and Sundance. How pretty are these colors together? Right? Those colors just make me happy, just seeing those colors together. So lots of different inks there that we're going to be using. You want to have some blending brushes on hand. And then for blocks, we want a 1 by 1, 1 by 3.5, 2 by 2, 2 by 3.5, a 4 by 4, and a 2 by 6.5.
And Christina, if they don't have a 1 by 3.5, because that's not a block that is available anymore, they can use any of those other blocks that they've got there to, like the 1 by 6.5 or the 2 by 3.5 for anything that's long and skinny.
Great tip, Karen. And these are the recommended blocks, but you know exactly what we all do, right? We just grab the ones that work best for us as we use them. So these are just recommended ones for you to have on hand. Now, in addition to that, of course, just some of your standard items. You want to make sure to have a pencil. I have a journaling pen, my scissors, my microchip tip scissors, my adhesive, and then I always just have my rub and remove eraser as well. Now, all of these are outlined for you on the instructions. Remember, if you want to download the instructions, you can do that. Or you probably have already done that because this was available in May. But you can download the instructions. If you need to do those, you can go to closetomyheart.com to do that as well.
Do you want to tell them where to find them, Christina? Since this collection is no longer available, they may feel like they can't get those instructions.
Yes, so if you go to closetomyheart.com, I'll have Karen do it.
Okay, I'll look it up. Just one.
Yep, and then I think there's a section. This is new. We just added these so that they're all available. online now for previous workshops, which is nice because you might have one. I mean, I don't want to point fingers, but you may have one that you haven't done yet that's older, right? We all do that. And you can go on there and still get those. And you can still use them and download them, print them, whatever works best for you. So I'll have Karen, you tell me once you have the website up.
I have it up, Christina. So
Okay.
they're going to go to closetomyheart.com and then they're going to go to more, which is
Thank
one
you.
of the drop down menus. And then under more, you will see a link that says workshop guides, and they're listed alphabetically in there. Those are all of the past guides for several years back. So if you, and that might be news to you, like if you have one that you haven't done, like Christina said, and you were thinking,
I'll get
I'm
to
just
it.
going to have to use those papers for some other reason, you actually now can go back and get those guides.
Thanks, Karen. I couldn't remember what it was under. So it's under more and then workshops. And then they're alphabetical. So you can look at your workshop and see what the name of it is and look it up on there. Thanks, Karen. That's actually great to point out because it is something newer that we've added. And I think it's really valuable. Because I, for one, know that I have workshops hanging out that I have not done yet. I will admit to it. So I'm just unpacking everything that was in my bundle. And so I've got, now the stamp set is pretty unique. It's an E-size stamp set. So you've got one side that looks like this and a whole nother stamp set in there. It's pretty remarkable. We tried to do something, like I say, this is kind of over and above and beyond for National Scrapbooking Day, and we definitely did. This one, I know, Karen, as I was using this, I just thought, this is a Karen Pedersen stamp set with all of these swooshes and things. I know that that's the kind that you love for backgrounds.
Yeah. In fact, Christina's been really nice, but when we're in meetings and I'm like, do we have any swashy stamps? She just rolls her eyes at me.
She can never have enough of these swashies. So the stamp set, and then there's the die cuts. And this is like a really thick black board. You'll see it's pretty nice. It feels really substantial. So you should have those out. You want to have your little photo placeholders out because I don't have my photos, so I'm just going to use placeholders. And then I took out and combined the paper, sticker sheet, and all of the card stacks here. There's some regular card stack. There's also some patterned card stack. Again, unique because it's close to my heart. It reminded me when I went through and practiced this, because we, of course, practice these layouts in advance, how much I loved this collection. This collection was so beautiful. Like, look at that paper. I mean, it was just such a great collection between the pattern paper, the stickers with the little gold accent, the gold foil that they have, and then that card stack. This is the card stack, but it's got that pattern on it as well. It was just such a really nice collection, and I loved creating with this. So we hope you guys enjoy it today too. So what we're going to start with is we're going to go ahead and start with our cutting. Then we'll go on to all of our stamping. And after we do the cutting and stamping, we'll do a giveaway. And then we will start the assembly. Now, you want to have little places laid out on your workstation where you can go ahead and put the different parts for the layouts. There's 3 different layouts, and there's a left and right for each one. So you'll have some that are labeled the left side of layout 1, some that are labeled the right side. I'll walk you through that as we do the cutting, but just kind of keep that in mind. You want enough room for a left and right stack for 3 separate layouts. I'm going to actually move my things off the top here over to the side so that I have room across the top of my workstation. Okay, I'm going to go now to page number, in case you're following along with me, page number 5, so that I can start getting my papers in order to cut. Set my sticker sheet aside because I don't need that right yet. And the first couple of pieces of paper I'm looking for are yellow grid, and there it is right there. So it's that one. This is what it looks like on the front, and that's the reverse side. I want this side, and I want both of these. So I'm going to go ahead and just start a stack right here of those papers. So I have both grid pieces. The next one I want looks like a rainbow has been painted vertically on it. So let's take a look for that one. I'm just kind of flipping and checking both sides. as I do this, you get 2 pieces of each of these paper, which is so good because you just see it and want more. So it's this piece here. This is what it looks like on one side. This is that one that I was describing, kind of like the brush strokes and then little splatters at the bottom. This is next. We go ahead and slip that under my stack. Then I want the Lagoon cardstock that's patterned. So this is my patterned paper still. So I have all of this. Just gonna set this off to the side for a minute. And then this is the cardstock portion. I want the one that's Lagoon. So I'm gonna just go through until I find that. And Lagoon is this one here. I'll kind of put the blues next to it so you can see. Because there's, well, really just these two might be a little confusing for you. It's the darker of these two. One is Lagoon, one is Glacier. We want a Lagoon one. And add that to your stack to cut. And then we want one that is Sundance. And that is this one here. That one's pretty easy to tell. I just love the patterns on this. Karen, do you know what it's called if you were to create this on your own?
Oh, there's a word.
There's a word
It's
for it.
called something paint something, and I can't remember what
Like
it is.
resin art almost, how you see those resin pour things.
Yeah,
But all I know is if I were to create this on my own, it would take me a long, long time.
it would. It would
Because we
take
have
a long
all
time
these
to make.
variations of color and the
Yeah.
splatters. And so that this paper is done for me makes me so happy.
I should know the answer to that, and I do, but it's not
Sorry,
coming.
I didn't mean to put you on
No,
the
it's
spot.
totally fine.
And then the next one is Glacier. So remember, Lagoon is the darker, Glacier's the lighter. Then Periwinkle, which looks just like Periwinkle. So pretty. One of those. Add that to your pile. Then Ballerina. So out of your pink family here, it's the light one, like you would think Ballerina pink. Add that to my pile. Then I need cardstock without the patterns on it. So I'm going to go ahead and just set these aside for a minute. And the first piece I need is Lemonade. This one right here. Add that to my pile. Then I want White Daisy, and I want one, and then two more. So a total of 3, White Daisy. And I'll remind you of what these each are as we go through and do the cutting too. I just like to get them in order. It makes it a little bit easier for me to kind of make sure I'm on track as I'm doing my cutting. Then I want 2 sheets of black. And then 3 more sheets of black. And I'm just following right along from what's in our instruction guide. Is extra. So I'll just put that up with my extra pieces of paper that I have because we will be using some of those for bases and things like that. Okay, so now that I've gotten all of my papers that I'm going to cut ready for cutting, we're going to start our cutting process. So you want to make sure to have a pencil. I, of course, have my 12-inch trimmer out as well. And we'll start right at the top of our pile and work our way through. And we'll label each piece and put them in the stacks that we have set aside to go ahead and do our stacks for assembly later. So I'm going to start with this piece of the grid, yellow. I want to go ahead and turn that to cut the zip strip off. You can flip it over if it's easier for you to see that zip strip line on one side than on the other. Sometimes it's easier for me to see this way instead of this way, just whatever works for you. And then I'm going to set my zip strip into my scrap paper pile, which you'll want to start a scrap paper pile as well because you'll need that. So I cut the zip strip off to start with. Now I have this piece, and I want to cut a piece that is 9.5 by 9.5. So I'm going to swing out my arm. Put this in to 9.5 inches. Make this cut. This is scrap. Turn it a quarter of a turn and cut to 9.5. And then this is scrap. We're going to label this one layout 1L. So 1L means one left-hand side. And I'll put that in my pile for one left-hand side. Next piece is this one. Again, I want to cut that zip strip off. And you'll see we do use some of the zip strips in this artwork as well. The zip strip is just such a fun little extra ½ inch of paper that's on our decorative papers. And you'll see we use some of it in the art, like I said, but it's just like an added bonus little piece that you get to go ahead and use in your design. So I have my grid here and I want to do that same thing, 9.5 by 9.5. So put it into 9.5. Make that cut. This is scrap. Turn it a quarter of a turn. Put it to 9.5. Make that cut. This is scrap. And this one is going to be layout 1R. So 1R. And I start the pile for 1R now. Next up is this piece. Let's cut that zip strip off.
While Christina's cutting out that zip strip, I just have to comment on, I know you guys love it when Christina does the cutting. She does such a great job explaining and having it all perfect and organized up there. So enjoy having Christina be your cutting teacher today.
Thanks, and no pressure, Christina.
Right, don't mess up.
Now I cannot mess up. So we cut the zip strip off of this one. Now you have this going vertical, but I want you to go ahead and turn it a quarter of a turn. So the little splatters are at this end. And we're going to cut a strip that's 4 3/4 inches. And 4 3/4 inches again. This is scrap.
Also, I just wanted to announce really quickly, Christina, after we were so nice to tell them where they could find those guides, they weren't there. So I've been going back and forth with our people upstairs that take care of those things, and they are now there. So if you guys go where we told you now, they should be there. And just to let you know, if you don't see them, you might want to refresh your browser.
Thanks, Karen, for making that happen. Okay, now these two I'm going to label 2L and 2R. So 2 left-hand side and 2 right-hand side. That's my first couple pieces for those. This is our next piece. And we're going to go ahead and cut a 4-inch strip to start with. So put this in at 4 inches and make that cut. Let's set this aside and work just with this. So 4-inch strip, turn it a quarter of a turn, and we're going to cut 3 4x4 squares. So 1, 2, and 3. Flip these all over to label them on the back. And we have a 1R, a 3L, and a 3R. So the nice thing is you have a little piece of paper down now for each of your stacks, so it's easy as you kind of keep cutting into stacking them. And then we'll just start adding to those piles. Here's what was left. We're going to do a 4 1/4 by 4 1/4. So let's cut 4 1/4 first. This is scrap. Now we're going to turn this a quarter of a turn and do 2 that are 4 1/4. So we're making 4 1/4 squares. We need 2 of them. This is scrap. Now for this, my instructions tell me that I actually want to use the solid side in my artwork. So I'm going to label this patterned side. And one will be 1L and one will be 1R. If you're following along on your instructions yourself that you've downloaded or printed, I'm moving on to page number 6 right now. That's this piece here. It's our Sundance. We're going to put this in at 4 inches and cut a strip. This is scrap. Your scrap pile is so good. You're going to want to do lots of fun things with that pile. Turn this a quarter of a turn and go to 4 inches. And again, so you have 2 squares that are 4 by 4. This one's scrap. Let's flip these over and label them. We have a 3L and a 3R. Brings us to Glacier. We'll put this in and cut a 4-inch strip. Set this aside and work just with this strip for now. We're going to turn it a quarter of a turn and cut 2 pieces at 4 inches. So again, we're just making some 4 by 4 squares here. My first and my second. This is scrap. Now let's go ahead and flip these over to label them. And one is 3L and one is 3R. And this was what was left from that. We're going to cut a 4 1/4 inch strip. This is scrap. We're going to turn this a quarter of a turn, and we want squares. So we're going to cut 2 pieces at 4 1/4. Quarter, 4 1/4. Scrap. Flip these both over. Oops, it actually tells us before I do that we want to use the solid sides on both of these. So we're going to label this decorative side. So we have a 1L and a 1R. And that brings us to periwinkle. We're going to do a 4-inch strip here. Set this aside and just work with this for now. Turn that a quarter of a turn and cut it 4 inches. We're going to do that twice. We want 2 4 by 4 squares. This is scrap. Flip these over. One is 3L and one is 3R. From what's left, we want to cut a 4 1/4 inch strip. Sound familiar? We're doing a lot of the same on these pieces here. This is scrap. Turn this a quarter of a turn, and we're going to cut 2 squares, so 4 1/4. So I put that to 4 1/4, make that cut, and do that same thing again. This is scrap. This one on the diagram again tells me I want to use the solid side, so I'm going to label this decorative side. One is 1L and one is 1R. And that brings us to our ballerina. In this, we just want 1 4-inch strip. This is scrap. And then we're going to turn that a quarter of a turn and cut that to 4 inches so we have a square. This is scrap. Flip this over and it's labeled 3R. And now this brings us on to our regular cardstock. We'll start with that lemonade piece, and we want to cut a strip that's 4 1/2 inches. So put this into 4 1/2, make that cut. This is scrap. Turn it a quarter of a turn and cut it to 4 1/2 inches. Now this scrap from your lemonade, you might want to put this in a separate pile than the other scrap that we've been doing, because this it says we are going to use for stamping. So I just kind of rather than having to then go through my whole scrap pile, I like to keep this separate just so it's easy for me to hopefully find when it's time to do that. So I'll set that one to the side. We have this 4.5 by 4.5 square, and we're going to label this 1L. So I flipped it over, 1L. Now from what's left here, I want to turn it back this way and cut this down to 4.25 inches. This is scrap. Turn it 1/4 of a turn and cut it to 4.25 again. So I've made a 4.25 inch square. So we had a 4.5 one and then this 4.25. And this one is going to be labeled 1R. Okay, we have our first sheet of white daisy is next. And we're going to start by cutting a 4.25 inch strip. So put this into 4.25. Set this aside and come back to it. I'm going to turn this 1/4 of a turn and cut it 4.25. So that gives us a 4.25 inch square. This one's going to be labeled 1L. I'm going to take this, and I want to work with this, but I want to put it back this direction to start with. Now I want to go ahead and cut this 3 3/4. Put it to that 3 3/4 mark. Make that cut. This is scrap. Turn it 1/4 of a turn and cut it at 3 3/4. This is going to go on 1R and is the journaling spot. I just like to make myself a note of that since it does say it on the instructions. And then this is what's left. I've turned it back this way. So if I have it up at my cutter, this is 3.5 or 3 3/4 inches across. And I only need it to be 3.5. I want a 3.5 inch square. So I'm going to go ahead and put this to 3.5 and make that cut. This is scrap. Turn it 1/4 of a turn and do 3.5 again. This is scrap. This is going to be piece 3L. And this is also for journaling. Now this is what we had left over from that piece. So we're going to start with this one. We want to do a 3.5 inch strip. 3.5. This it tells me I'm going to use for stamping later. So I want to go ahead and put that with that piece of lemonade because it is scrap, but I'm going to use it later. I want to turn this 1/4 of a turn and cut to 3.5 inches. And this is going to be 3R. Now let's turn this back this direction. I want to cut 3 strips that are 1/4 of an inch. So I'm going to go ahead and put this at 1/4 of an inch and do that 3 times. First, second, and my third. This direction on this one. Press hard enough. So I have those. This is scrap. And I only need these to be 8 inches long. So I'll put each one in to that 8-inch mark. So they're 1/4 of an inch by 8. Again, put this in at the 8-inch mark. Little piece that I'm cutting off is just, I guess that would just be garbage instead of scrap. It's a pretty tiny piece. Even for me, and I save about everything.
What is your minimum? Like, what is the
Normally-
size that you would not keep?
Yeah,
Christy?
normally like smaller than the palm of my hand because I
Really?
will use some smaller pieces for cards and things, but I'd say this is a little tiny for me. Maybe
Wow.
2 by
I
2.
think I keep anything about 4 by 6 or bigger. I think
Okay.
I throw away more than you do.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying I ever get to using those. Those are in my hopeful to use
Well,
scrapbooks.
there are lots of ways to use them. There really are.
Yeah, we do. We show a lot of them during these workshops, but you know. Okay, these ones are all going to go on 2R. So I'm going to flip them over and label them 2R. I do try and use my scraps whenever I can, especially with cards, because you know you don't need a lot of paper for cards. But there are some pieces of paper that have been in there just aging like a fine wine for years. Okay, that brings us to our next piece of 12 by 12 white daisy cardstock. And we want to cut this first cut at 11.5 inches. So 11 1/2. Make that cut. This is scrap. And then turn it a quarter of a turn. And we want to cut this at 11 3/4 now. So 11 3/4. This is scrap. And we want to label this one 3L. Rearranging here, I need a little bit more room. And then we want to do that same exact thing again. So 11.5 inches. This is scrap. Turn it a quarter of a turn and cut at 11 3/4 inches. This is scrap. And this will be 3R. Okay, that brings us to our first piece of black cardstock. And we want to cut this to 10 by 10. So let's go ahead. Oops, I had two stuck together. I'm going to go to that 10-inch mark. Make that cut. This is scrap. Turn a quarter of a turn. Put it to that 10-inch mark again. Cut. This is scrap.
Lots of people are admitting they also have oversized scrap boxes.
I have good intentions with those scraps. Now I'm going to label this one 1L. 1L. I want to do that same thing again. I want to take my next piece of black cardstock and I want to cut it to 10 by 10. So put it into 10 inches. And make that cut. This is scrap. Turn it a quarter of a turn to 10 inches and make that cut. And this is scrap. And this one will be 1R. If you're following along on the instructions, I'm on page 8 now. Again, we want a piece of black cardstock, and we're going to cut this to 4 1/4 inches. 4 1/4, and make that cut. Set this aside. We'll work with this to start with. We're going to turn this a quarter of a turn and cut it at 4 1/4 inches. This is going to be labeled 2R. And then we're going to just slide this into 6 1/4. This is scrap. And this is also labeled 2R. Now this is what was left from that piece. And we want a 4 1/8 inch photo mat. So I'm going to put this into 4 1/8. Make that cut. This is scrap. And then I'm going to turn this a quarter of a turn and do 4 1/8 again. This is scrap.
Some people are mentioning that they cut their 10 by 10 pieces from the middle of
Yes.
the ones that they're going to use for the
Yep.
base pages.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah,
If
so
you,
that
yeah,
they're
any way you want to save on your cardstock usage, absolutely. Thanks, Karen. And then this one is going to be 3R. Okay. Next piece of black cardstock, we want to do a strip that is 3 1/8 inches. So go to 3 1/8, make that cut. We'll set this aside. Turn this a quarter of a turn. Now I want 3 squares. So I'm going to go to 3 1/8, 3 1/8, 3 1/8. This is scrap. Put these all over to label them.
Christina, someone just challenged you to create a page or cards using just scraps. Says, I challenge you, Christina.
Okay, I'll try.
Okay.
And this one will be 3L, 3L, and 3L. I'm going to put it out of my mind right now so I don't stress too much. The pressure. I'm going to do another strip that's 3 1/8. Set this to the side. We'll come back to it. Turn it a quarter of a turn, and I need 3 squares again that are 3 1/8. So this is scrap. Turn these over to label them. And these are all 3R. So 3R, R, and 3R. Now this is what's left, and I want 4 1/8. So let's make a 4 1/8 strip. This is scrap. Turn this a quarter of a turn. Go to 4 1/8 again because I want 2 squares. And then 4 1/8 again. This is scrap. These will both be labeled 3L. And that brings us to our last piece of cardstock. This one here, black cardstock. And I want to cut 2 strips that are 1/4 of an inch by 12. I'm going to go ahead and put this into a 1/4 of an inch and a 1/4 of an inch. And then these are going to be labeled 2L. So that is a 1/4 of an inch by 12. I want to go back to this same piece of paper that I was just using, and I want 2 pieces that are 1/8 of an inch by 12. One and two. I'm not going to label these ones because it's so tiny. I'm just going to put them in the stack they go to. But they're also 2L.
Telling me that when I go to build the page, when I can't find a letter, that's what I need.
If you'll know this piece. I have a feeling you'll know this little piece. If not, I'll be here to help you. Because it would have been microscopic writing. Okay, this is what's left. And I want 3 strips that are 3/8 of an inch. So let's start with that. So 3 of them that are 3/8 of an inch. I'm going to set this aside because we're just going to work with these little strips for now. And we want these to be 8¼ inches long. So I'll put this to 8¼ This is scrap. Again, 8¼ This is scrap. And 8¼ This is scrap. I'll flip these all over so that I can label them. And all three of these are 2R. This is what we have left, and we want to do a 4¼ inch strip. We'll set this aside, turn this 1/4 of a turn, and we want 2 squares. So 4¼ and then 4¼ This is scrap. Flip these over. These are both 2L. It is your page too, Karen, that the assembly for the one I didn't label is on.
Someone did suggest you could put it on a sticky note and stick it to that, but I
That's
think
true.
I'll be able to figure it out.
It is. If this one had a lot of pieces, I would have figured something out, but it doesn't. That one doesn't have too many strips, so I'm gonna let you show us that you can do it. Yes. I want one more strip that's 4¼ inches. This is scrap. Turn it 1/4 of a turn, and again, we're gonna make these squares. So I want 2 that are 4¼ This is scrap. Flip these both over, and we have one that's 2L and one that's 2R. I'm going to flip back now in my instructions. I'm going to go ahead and get this cutter out of the way because I'm done with that for right now. And we're also going to do our stamping in advance. So we did our cutting, and now I want to go ahead and work on our stamping. So on the instructions, I am on page 3. And I'm going to grab my stamp set. We're going to do a bunch of stamping here, but we'll do it together to make it easy. Now, before we get started with the stamping, this is the point where if you wanted to do the sponging, you would take every piece from every pile. So this is the pile that I have for 3R, okay? You would take every single piece and you would take your black ink, whichever black you're using, and you would sponge every edge of all of these pieces. So all of the pieces for each little stack, you would go ahead and sponge these all with black ink. Everything that's in this pile, you would sponge with black ink. So if you want to do that, I would go ahead and pause the live now so that you can do that, and then you can go ahead and resume it once you have that part done. I'm going to go ahead and from my stack of papers that I didn't cut, so we had a whole stack of papers that we didn't cut, I'm going to grab a piece of white cardstock. I'm also going to grab my Versamat, and I'm going to have the foam side up so that I can do a bunch of stamping on here. And again, because of this foam, it will help me to get a nice crisp image as I stamp. I'm also going to grab my black ink. I'm using Intense Black, but whichever black you're using, because I'm going to need that. I'm going to need, let's see, Periwinkle, Lagoon, Glacier, and Lemonade to start. We'll need some more, but these are the ones you'll want to have for this first part that we're doing. So your black, Lemonade, Glacier, Lagoon, and Periwinkle. Get this open. I'm going to grab my 2x2 block. and the large flower. This is the large flower. I'll refer to that throughout as the large flower, and this is the small flower. We want the large. I'm going to peel that off the carrier sheet, put that onto my 2x2 block, and because it hasn't been used before, I'm going to give it a little season. And for me, I'm just going to go ahead and rub that onto my skin. It just seasons it and takes off that any kind of little residue that might be on there from the production process. There's different ways that you can season. You'll hear me as I season each stamp just saying I'm going to season it, and I go off camera and I really just do this on my arm. There's different ways you can season it. You can ink it up and then stamp it onto scratch paper over and over again until it's just kind of gets a nice clear image. But I choose to just do it this way. So that's what you'll see me doing today. Now I'm going to start by stamping just this black, this flower in black, and I'm going to stamp 4 of these. And I'll just do 4 right across the top here. Now I am going to stamp all of the flowers, even though Karen and I, as we create, aren't going to necessarily use them all. I want to stamp them all with you so that you have all that you may need in case you want to do them exactly according to the instructions and the layouts. So I'm still going to stamp them all with you, and then I'm going to pick and choose which ones we cut and fussy cut and use in our projects. So I have 4 large, and then I'm actually going to do another 4 large. So this is what you have to start. Just make sure to have your chamois handy so that you can clean this up. I'm going to actually keep this on my block for right now. But I'm going to go on to my next step. So I have 4 and 4. Then what I want to do is add texture to these. And the way we're going to add texture to them is by using this texture stamp. And so it's this one here that we're going to use to add texture. So I'm going
Did
to...
I mention how much I love this stamp set?
I think I even mentioned it for you, Karen.
Yeah, I just think there's so many good things in there.
This workshop really shows off the texture being used a lot too. We use that, we use this, we use this. It really does show a lot of neat and unique ways to use it too. Like this, adding the texture to the flower, I thought was so neat. But then on one of the layouts you're doing, we make a border out of it and things. So lots of unique ways that you'll see to use it. So I put that on my 2x3.5 block. I'm going to give that a little season. And now here's where the colors come in. So I'm going to grab periwinkle. And I want to go ahead and ink this up. And then I'm just going to put this through like that to add some color. This does not have to be perfect. It's just adding like a fun swash of color through there. So I've done 2 periwinkle. And I just clean that off, clean that stamp off on my chamois. Then I want 2 lagoon. We'll be doing a lot of this for the next few minutes. There's that one, and then the one right under it. And then we want 2 glacier. Just make sure that you're cleaning that stamp off. And then the last one's going to be lemonade. 2 glacier. And then 2 lemonade. So pretty to add color like this. Because of course you could do other things, right? You could color these with markers. And like I said earlier, on one of these layouts, we even leave these white, which looked really pretty. But I thought that this was a really fun way to use that little texture piece to color these with.
Me too. And it's fast and easy and so pretty.
Agreed. Okay, next thing we're going to do is switch to some of the small flowers. So that's this tiny flower. Well, tinier than the other one. So large. This is the small. I'm going to go ahead and take this one off and put that onto my 2x2 block. Same thing, give that a little season on my arm so it's ready to go. And now I want to go to that black ink. And I want to go ahead and do 8 of these. Now, I want to make sure I leave enough room between these for that swash. So just keep that in mind. Even though these are smaller, you tend to want to go right next to each other, but just make sure you leave a little room there. Seven for me. I'll just fill it up in here with my 8. And then I actually want to do that same thing again, 8 more. Again, I've left a little bit of room in between there for my swash because I know I'm going to be doing that. I'll put my 8 up here as well. So I did 8 and 8. And now I need 13 more. So I'm going to do 13 more of this little flower. Seven. $13. I'm going to switch gears for a minute and start doing the color on these. So I'm going to put my black away just for a moment and go on to all the fun coloring for this. I'll start with periwinkle, and I'm just following the guide exactly as it is. So if you're following along with that, you'll be doing what I'm doing. So start with periwinkle, and I want to do 2 of each. So I'll do 1, 2 in periwinkle. Next up is lagoon. So these are the colors that I already had out. And I'm going to do 2 in lagoon. Just make sure that you're cleaning that stamp off between each. My 2 lagoon. You can see our chamois is well loved. That's what I'm using here, and it works just fine for us. Doesn't matter if this is what it looks like, it still works just great. And then when you're done, like at the end of the day here, we just run this under water till it runs clear and then put it in the chamois holder to dry. Okay, next I want to glacier. Up here. And then I want 2 lemonade. Clean that off again. Now, before I go any further, I'm just going to do some cutting, some rough cutting, I call this, just to kind of keep things in line of where they go. So these 4 right here are all going to go on layout 1 for the left side. So I'm going to go ahead and cut those out like this. And then just make myself a note. You can even do it on this side. 1L. All 4 of those are going to go on 1L. Then I'm going to do these 4. Same thing. And these are going to go on 1R. I'll just set those off to the side for now. And then these ones that we just did. So Just helps me keep track of them a little bit because there's lots of flowers. So these are my next ones. And these are also going to go on 1L. So this is what I had pre-stamped, and we're going to just kind of work from this now. So again, I want to do 2 of each. These are going to go on 1R. I want to do 2 of each in the colors that we just did. So I'm going to start with Glacier. 1 and 2. And then Lemonade. I want to do Periwinkle. You see why it's good that you leave a little bit of space there, right? So that you don't kind of have them overlapping.
Yeah, that was a good move, Christina. But we did have a couple people say if people didn't leave that space, they could always just put a little sticky note over the one,
Yes.
so it doesn't overlap.
To mask it. Good point. Great idea. And then Lagoon. 2 for Lagoon. Now these are all going to be on layout 1, the right side. I'm going to cut this strip. And label this for 1R. And then these are those 13 that I have left. And this is going to get really colorful for here. So
Just think how big of a vase you'd need for all those flowers if you had them at home.
this would be a nice arrangement of
Yes, it
flowers.
was.
Okay, I'm going to actually grab the other colors that I haven't been using because we're going to want some of those too. So you want to have just all your colors out and ready to go. And we're going to start with 1 flamingo. Flamingo. So 1 flamingo. And then I want 2 in peach. I'll leave that out so you remember which one I just did. Then I want 2 peach. And then we're going to do 2 melon. And then 2 Sundance. Okay, so just kind of go over what we just did there. These are the 13 that we had stamped. And I did 1 flamingo, 2 peach, 2 melon, and 2 Sundance.
That color combo of your stamp pads across the top, that was pretty.
Pretty, right?
Mm-hmm.
These colors are all so pretty. This collection is so pretty. And then I want lemonade. So we're going to do 2 lemonade. One lagoon. So I only need 1 in lagoon. one in periwinkle, and then those last two will be in glacier. Let's go over that again. So we did two in lemonade, one in lagoon, one in periwinkle, and then two in glacier.
Looks like a beautiful rainbow.
And then this one, all of these get used on project 2 on the left side. So 2L is what I'm going to mark those. Okay, we're going to flip over to the next page of instructions. And on page 4, I'm going to grab another piece of White Daisy cardstock from my pile. Go ahead and do some more stamping. Did one page, now we have this page to do. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and grab my large flower. So I'm going to put this back on the carrier sheet and get my large one back out. And then I want my black ink. And I want to stamp 5 of this. Go ahead and grab that little distress stamp to color these with.
Gina, I just wanted to point out that little stamp that's used in this workshop to color with is awesome, but the other swashy stamps in here could also be used for that, as could the words that are, it's on the stamp set to the left there, that big block of words. You could stamp that on the flowers in a color. There's so many ways you could use this stamp set to be able to color in flowers in addition to the one that we're using.
Agreed. Okay, I need for my inks, I'm going to want melon, peach, Sundance, and lagoon. Yes, lots of different distressing look options in here. We use quite a few of them throughout the workshop, which is nice. Okay, we'll start with melon. I want 2 melons. And then I want 1 of each of the other 3. So 1 peach. Sundance. And then 1 lagoon. These are all going to go on project 2 on the left side. So I'm going to go ahead and just cut these. This will be 2L. Okay, now I want the small flower again. Grab that one. And I want to do 5 of these. So I want that black ink. We'll do 5 small flowers. going to grab that swash, that same swash we've been using, and we're going to use periwinkle, glacier, lagoon, melon. Let me keep my little chamois. Oh my gosh, that took me like seconds to think of the word chamois. I'm like thinking, what is it?
We're in trouble, Christina.
And
We're
then
doing this at the beginning.
it's way too early.
Yeah,
for
that
me to
usually
be-
happens later in the event.
Yeah, I was like, what is this thing called? I almost just went to say like cleaner because I just couldn't think of the word. My chamois, keep my chamois handy. So periwinkle and then glacier. I've got them lined up there across the top for you as well, just in case that's helpful. Then lagoon. And then melon. So we did periwinkle, glacier, lagoon, melon, and peach. And then these I'm going to cut in a strip as well. And then these ones all go on 2R. I'm going to go back to that large flower. My black ink. And I'll stamp 3 of these. And then 2 more. So a total of 5. And then I'm going to put the small flower back on here. And I want 4. Color these ones. So I want lagoon, peach, and flamingo. Peach and flamingo. And I'm going to do one of each of those large flowers in these. So lagoon. And then peach.
Loving how organized you've done this, Christina.
Oh, good.
Someone also just said, you make this look so easy. I would still be on the first set.
Oh, good. I'm happy. And then flamingo. So for the large ones, we did lagoon, peach. Peach is a little bit hard to see on the camera, but it's there, trust me. And then flamingo. And then we're going to just put this back on the carrier sheet for right now. Okay, so we're going to cut these 3 colored ones. And this is going to be 2R. And then I want just cut these in a strip. And I guess cut these ones off in a strip too. Set this aside for our scrap to use. Okay, so I need one of these. And it's going to be 3L. And it has no color. And then I need two of these. And these will be 3L with no color. Actually need one more of this big one. Scrap out. Put that flower back on here. Do one more black. Yeah, for real this time. For real this time.
Someone just said, "Are you using a cheat sheet? How are you keeping it all straight?"
I'm using the instructions and doing a little prayer.
Yeah, that helps always. Just for those of you who maybe don't have the instructions printed out and will need to go back and work on it a little bit more later, it does have a chart in the
I'll
instructions.
just bring mine in just so you can see. It shows each flower and then how many to stamp and then what page it goes on and then the color. If you like, so we did 2 melon, 1 peach. So that's what it looks like.
Awesome.
I wish I was just doing this. No, I'm using a cheat sheet. I mean, yes, this is all from memory. Okay, for these two, these are both going to go on L3. So 3, and then on the right-hand side. So do a 3R. So third layout, right side for the two big ones. And then what's left are these two small ones. And these ones go on the third layout. So number 3 and the right-hand side, R. Now what I'm going to do is grab all of these back in. Myself a little room here. So let's see, that goes on 1L, 1R, 3R. I'm just stacking them like things. The 3Ls, 3Rs together, 2Rs together, 2Ls together, and then 1R. Okay. So do that, it'll help a little bit. Now, if you want to do yours exactly as the instructions show with all of the flowers that you saw, then I want you to go ahead and pause now and go ahead and cut all of these out. Every single one of these you're going to want a fussy cut out. What I'm going to do is cut out the ones that I know I want to do exactly like the layouts, which I know I want all of the ones for the first layout. I used all of those. I didn't make any changes. I also actually know I want all the ones for the third layout. It's the second layout that I made some adjustments to on that layout that I showed you where I didn't use quite as many flowers. So this is the one that I'm going to switch up just a little bit. So I'm just going to set these to the side for now and concentrate on these. So I'm going to start with these ones that aren't colored at all. And the right hand side, this is the left hand side. And I'm just going to go ahead and start fussy cutting. So this is going to be a part where you're going to see me just fussy cutting for quite a while here. So just bear with us. But I'm going to fussy cut these and put them into the pile that they go with for the corresponding layout. And that's what you want to do as well, whether you're doing all of them or just a portion of them. And you don't even have to do all of the ones that I'm doing. Karen and I had talked ahead of time, so I know which ones she wants, at least for her third layout. And then I know for the second layout that she does, I'm just going to cut a few of them, and then she's going to pick and choose. And I think it's actually going to be pretty interesting because she's going to show you how she would really decide on that layout which one she wants to put. And it's always fun to hear those little art tips of how she's going to look at it visually and say, you know, this is where I would choose to put them and for what reason. So I'm going to cut a few of hers out for her, but not all of them because I'm not sure which one she's going to end up using. But I want to give her a little bit of a head start so she's got some of them done, and then she'll kind of walk us through the process of what she picks after that.
And hopefully people will think it looks cute.
I have no doubt we will think it looks cute, Erin. None at all.
Some
Hey,
people are saying they much prefer watching you fussy
thanks.
cut.
So does Karen. Karen's like, please do the fussy cutting. No, you don't mind it, do you, Karen?
But I usually do fussy cutting when I'm doing things like watching a ball game or
Yeah.
waiting for something to cook in the oven. It just makes it feel way less what's the word? I guess tedious
Tedious.
when I have
Yep.
something else going on at the same time that I can do while I'm cutting. So I keep it in like stuff in like a little box that I can grab when I sit down to watch a show or something.
That's what I did. I was watching, just had Netflix on when I did my practice ones,
I'm
And
guessing you were watching some sort of murder show.
normally, but you know what I'm currently rewatching. I told you guys, but you might not remember. This shows the breadth of my the things I watch are so different. So Forensic Files is one of my favorites, but I wasn't watching that because I'm currently rewatching Little House on the Prairie.
Oh, that's right. I mean, because there's so much alike, Christina. I can see how those connect in your brain.
That's what I mean. It's hilarious, but that's what I'm currently rewatching. And so that's what
You know what? If it makes you feel better, I have as crazy of a things that I like to watch too. I love a good thriller and I love the murder mystery stuff, but I also love Anne of Green Gables. I love House on the Prairie.
It depends on the mood I'm in.
I still, you guys, Christina's never seen Sound of Music. I feel like
No.
that's a must.
Nope.
Yeah, we need to. I feel like when you're done with Little House on the Prairie, it's time to move on to Sound of Music.
I get all emotional again. Little House on the Prairie is just my all-time favorite. And so that Nellie Olsen, I'm just like, mean Nellie.
Do you know that I know Nellie is kind of a popular name right now, but and I shouldn't say this because maybe some of you have a Nellie, but when I hear it, I think of Nellie Olsen.
Yeah.
Because that name became so iconic.
Yeah, it was iconic, right? To that. So that's what I'm currently rewatching, and that's I do that a lot when I craft. I watch things that I've already watched because I don't want to have to be paying too close of attention, but I want to have it on so that I can, have a little laugh or cry or solve a murder, whatever it is that I'm doing. But I typically do ones that I've already seen because I don't have to be that into it. I can have it on and it's a nice little distraction, but it's not distracting me so much from my crafting.
I agree, Christina. In fact, when I'm watching a ball game or something that I feel like I need to see every little second, I never get a lot done.
Right. That's why I do it just to, okay, what am I going to rewatch this time,
Yeah.
And I don't know why, but I recently was like, I think it just came up. You know how stuff comes up on Netflix and, most of the time I'm like, oh, if everyone else is watching this, why aren't I watching it? But I just saw Little House on the Prairie for some reason. I thought, oh my gosh, that would be so fun to rewatch.
As the little girl, I thought that Michael Landon was so handsome.
Agreed.
Someone just commented that someone loved him so much they named their son Landon.
Oh, I love that name.
I do too. That's a good name.
That was a name in one of my favorite movies, which is A Walk to Remember.
Oh, that's a good one.
Landon was a name in there.
Oh, that one will make you cry for days.
I love that one. Okay, so I did all the ones for layout 3. And now I just do this little rough cut when I do these first because it's easier for me to handle the little tiny squares of paper. So that's what I'm doing here. Well, that probably wasn't too smart. Well, we'll have a little guessing game when it comes time. It'll be fun. Yeah, so I was watching that and just kind of cutting these and it really just made it go fast for me. And I'm not someone who despises fussy cutting. But I mean, I guess probably for me because there was a time when this is all we could do, and and I have always loved like all of the little fun accessories or like embellishments to a page, and there was a time when the only way you could make those was to stamp them and then hand cut them out, and so I used to do a lot of it already, so it's one of those things that didn't really bother me because I love the finished look of it, and so I've just I was used to doing it. But I do know, both Karen and I were close to my heart makers before we came to work here at the home office. And so we had customers and things as well. And so I know that for some of my customers, it was a little bit more difficult, or not even some wasn't even difficult. They just did not want to have to do it. And I get that. And so that's why often when I would teach classes like this one, for example, I would try to have an example of something that involved either none or just a little bit of the fussy cutting so that they could then pick how they wanted to do it, for whatever they were comfortable doing or, enjoyed doing.
Right. Because I think some people have limitations too. Maybe it's not even about liking or not liking it.
Right.
Maybe they have problems with arthritis or their eyes and whatever. And we wanted to make sure we were giving lots of options for all the people out there.
And it's nice that that's the beauty of what we do, right? Is that I mean, and some people just might not like the look of all the flowers, and some may say, I want more flowers. And so it's nice that with stamps, at least, you have the ability to do that. I mean, I love stickers. We use a ton of them in this, and I think they look great. I love stickers. But for me, stamps, I always used to say, having a stamp is like having a forever sticker, meaning I can use it over and over and over again, which to me, there's a lot of value in. So this is an example of one of those things where you could add more if you wanted, because this is the stamp.
And on so many other things too. Okay, we have to go back to Michael Landon for a minute while you're
Yes.
studying.
Yes, let's go.
Someone commented on Bonanza. So did you grow up watching Bonanza?
I did
Where he was
not.
Little Joe? Oh,
I didn't.
Christina.
I've never seen Bonanza. We watched Highway to Heaven
Yes.
that he was in.
Yes. And okay, so he was young in Bonanza. He's the youngest brother of
Okay.
all the boys on the ranch. His
Okay.
name's Little Joe.
Aw. I don't know, but if it's on Netflix, it may be
Yeah, you might need to check out
next
Bonanza
on my list.
after Sound of Music.
I remember when I was, young in elementary school, getting the Little House on the Prairie series books for Christmas one year, and it was like my favorite Christmas ever because I wanted that series of books so much, and I remember just starting them Christmas Day. I couldn't wait to start reading them, and I read them probably a lot like now, like I'm rewatching it. I read them and then I reread them and let my friends borrow them, and I think it just brings me back to those memories, and I loved it so much. Yeah, he was. Yeah, I remember him in Highway to Heaven. We used to watch that when we were younger.
We're getting lots of Bonanza comments here that people loved Little Joe.
I have not seen that.
So, for those of you who don't
Was it
know,
a
my
series?
husband, it was a series. Yes,
Okay.
it's a western. Like they live on a ranch, and
Okay.
it's a dad and 3 sons.
Okay.
Anyway, what was I going to say? There was
Your husband.
Oh yeah, my husband. So for those that don't know, I'm married to a big boy. He was a lineman, played college football, and so he's 6'4", and about 300 pounds. He's a big boy, and he served a mission for our church for 2 years, and everyone on his mission called him Haas, which is the middle son
From
in
that show?
Bonanza. Yes, so everyone called him Haas instead
Oh.
of his name, and so he kind of had that whole nickname his whole life, and he loved Bonanza, so he was fine with that. Yes, someone just commented that Lauren Green was the dad on Bonanza. I don't know if you know who
I
that
don't
is,
know who that
Christina.
is, Karen.
He's a handsome guy too. And I don't know who played the oldest brother, but his name was Adam, I think. You guys correct me if I'm wrong.
I feel like he must not have been as cute if you all don't remember.
He was handsome. He was dark haired. Haas was probably the least cute one, but he was the most fun one, I thought.
Okay.
Oh, Pernell Roberts was Adam. Someone just remembered.
I knew our friends would be able to help us with this.
Yes, they always have all the answers for us. Okay, now we're on the whole subject of TV shows, and Christina's got lots of flowers to cut, so let's keep talking.
Yes, this is going to be a while, my friends, so please feel free to talk amongst yourselves as I just keep cutting.
Okay, so I was just thinking that I always watched Bonanza if I was sick when I was home from school, and that brought back a lot of memories of a bunch of shows I would watch when I was sick. This one's before my time, but it would play reruns. Did you guys ever watch Petticoat Junction?
Ooh.
Have to see
I've
if anybody
heard of that,
answers that
Karen.
one.
I've heard of it, but not seen it.
Yep, that's a cute show too. That's a bunch of daughters, actually.
Oh, fun.
People are saying that we have some people who are watching and crafting along with us who are old enough to remember some of these shows, and they're excited about talking about some of them. So I'm excited to see if anybody wants to talk about Petticoat Junction. I can't remember all their names, but it was a cute show. Oh, there we go. We've got some Petticoat Junction fans. And how about Beverly Hillbillies? Did you watch that one?
Nope, I did not watch that one.
Christina, I think, well, I'm how much older than you, Christina? I'm going to be turning 58 in August.
And I'm going to be turning 50.
Okay, so I'm almost a decade ahead of you. But I can't believe you would like Beverly Hillbillies. It would make you laugh. Yeah.
Okay.
It would. Oh, I Dream of Jeannie. They just brought up.
Yep,
Did you watch that one?
watched.
Yep, me too. And I hated it when, I'm thinking of Bewitched too. I didn't like it when they made the switch on the husbands on Bewitched.
Oh yeah, nobody liked that change, huh?
No. But I have to admit, I thought Endora was so pretty, and so was her sister. What was her name? Sabrina or something?
I can't remember.
Anyway, even though they were not very nice, I liked them. Okay, what are some of your faves, Christina?
Let's see. For series and stuff like that, I'm trying to think of what we used to watch as kids or, growing up. Family Ties. We were a big Family Ties family. And of course, I was going to marry Michael J. Fox, so I needed to watch Family Ties.
And he married one of his co-stars that played his girlfriend on that show.
Which is so neat, right?
Yeah.
It's like, we used to watch that one a lot. The Facts of Life. We watched The Facts of Life a lot. Blair and Joe and Tootie.
Yeah, Tootie, I love
Tootie. And what was Mrs. Garrett. Silver Spoons with Ricky Schroeder. Yep, that one.
She's just shaking
her head at us, you guys.
Yeah. I love. Okay, that's actually before all of our time, really. My mom and dad were I Love Lucy era, but I did watch it, and I still love the chocolate one the very best. The conveyor belts making the chocolate. Okay, here's some more memories, you guys. Gilligan's Island, The Monkees, Adam 12. I loved Adam 12. Emergency, Dragnet, Scooby-Doo.
Well, you know what's funny to think about is this was a time when you had to actually make it a priority.
Because you had to watch it live.
You couldn't miss it.
And there were only 3 channels plus PBS. 3 channels plus PBS to choose from.
And there was no option to just tape it and watch it later. So it was like our family, it was like, okay, it's Family Ties night, so we have to make sure we're home and watch it as a family. And so it was a big deal then because you couldn't just work it around your schedule. You had to work your schedule around it.
Yes, and our family thing was on Sunday nights. We always watched Disney together. There was right before that was Wild Kingdom, Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, and then the Disney show. Wonderful World of Disney. That's what it was called. Someone just reminded me.
So fun.
So many good shows. Oh, were you a MASH fan, you guys?
My
Somebody
dad,
brought up
I think my
MASH.
dad did watch MASH a little bit. I can remember it a little bit, but not much. My mom was far more of a Falcon Crest and Dallas mom.
Ah, was she Dynasty too?
Yeah, all those ones. We couldn't really watch them. We were supposed to be in bed. But one of the many times I came down to get a drink that I needed so desperately before going to bed, I would sneak a peek at what was on.
Since my kids have grown up, they've told us. So our kids' bedrooms were all upstairs, and we had kind of this balcony that overlooked the family room, but had a wall too where you couldn't see upstairs, but upstairs you could see down. And I guess the kids would go to bed and then they'd all come to the top of the stairs to watch what we were watching. And we had no idea.
Isn't it great? Aren't
Sometimes
kids
the
great?
things they tell us, like that one, I can live with. But there's things that my kids have made sure that we know now that
I'm
I'm
not
like,
so sure you wanted
better,
to know.
better that I didn't know that. Okay, lots of things. Knots Landing. Oh,
Yep.
Lawrence Welk. My mom loved Lawrence Welk. MASH. Lots of people are saying MASH. Let's see. Love Boat. We didn't talk about
Oh,
Love
Love
Boat.
Boat in
Oh,
Fantasy Island.
yes. Oh, yes. The plane. Wow.
I was at my parents' recently and I saw Fantasy Island was on. And I thought, oh my goodness, this is great, right? A little flashback. I'm going to watch this.
It was a remake, right?
It was some kind of nightmarish, like horrible thing called Fantasy Island, but it was like a nightmare.
Oh.
It was horrible. And I was watching it and I'm like, wait, is this like he's gonna wake up? This can't be his fantasy, you know? And it just like ruined it for me. And I was like, what is this? But it was some kind of remake. It was the same premise and everything, but it wasn't at all lighthearted and fun. And I mean, those they did have some serious ones on there, but it was never scary.
Right.
This was like a nightmare.
Wow.
So just be careful if you see it, want to watch it.
Well, I like almost all kinds of shows, but I don't love horror movies
Me either,
at
Karen.
all.
No.
But I mean, there's a fine line, I guess. I do love like thriller, murder, mystery kind of shows,
Me
but I
too.
don't love horror at all.
Right. Same.
My granddaughter, my oldest granddaughter, though, she loves it.
She does.
Yes, and when she was a little girl, if she saw anything scary, she'd have nightmares. And now she'll sit in her room alone at night and watch them.
Oh my goodness, not me.
Oh, me neither. No way. Oh, someone just brought up Twilight Zone. That one gave me nightmares. I
Yeah,
have to say.
that one's I consider that scary.
Yeah, me too. Did you ever watch Trapper John? Someone just said the same guy that played Adam on Bonanza played Trapper on Trapper John MD.
I
didn't
do
ever
remember
watch that.
watching that. I don't recall. It must
I
have been
didn't
on
see
late.
Trapper John, but what about Quincy? Were there any Quincy
Oh,
watchers?
Quincy,
out
yeah,
there?
Quincy was a good one. The
Ooh,
medical
and I
exam.
loved who's the guy that I would watch these reruns when I was sick too? That was the lawyer. What's his name? Perry Mason.
Oh, I didn't see that.
No. So
There were
many
some
good
good
shows.
shows.
Yes.
Not great. Now my Netflix queue is going to be all full of these.
Yeah.
When I get home, I'm going to have to put I put stuff in my to watch list. So if somebody tells me about something, oh, this is a good one, I put it in my to watch list so that then when I go to watch stuff, I can pull that up and be like, oh yeah, so and so told me about this one.
Well, if your phone's anywhere near you, you may not have to put it in your watch list.
Yeah,
It will just suggest it for you. Someone just brought up, where did it go? Wait, I gotta go back. Columbo. My husband loved Columbo. Did you watch that one?
No.
He was this detective guy that he kind of played dumb, like he would bumble over his words and he would act like he, wasn't very smart, and he always would say, oh, just one more thing. Just one more thing. And then he'd ask a question and he caught him every time.
Wow.
My husband loves that one, and he got all our grandkids watching Columbo. Ooh, Saint Elsewhere, anybody?
Was
ER.
that like a medical one?
Yes,
I feel
it
like
was.
yes.
I
It was
didn't watch it, but I do remember it.
an older version of Grey's Anatomy. I feel.
Yeah,
Like.
kind of like that. But I did watch ER, and someone brought that up. Oh, Good Times. I loved Good Times. What was Jimmy's saying that he always said on there? Dynamite. That's right.
We both did it at the same time.
That's awesome.
Dynamite.
Chips. Oh, I thought what's his
Oh,
name was so
Punch was
handsome.
so handsome.
MacGyver. That's a good one. Wow, we're having some serious. And Ashley's just sitting there going,
Who are
I'm
these
lost."
people? How fun.
Kojak. I didn't watch that one, but my dad did. And you know, my dad loved $6 Million Man too. I remember that one growing up.
I don't remember that.
And he always watched, oh, what's his name that lived in Hawaii? Tom Selleck. What's that one?
Magnum PI.
Magnum PI. I watched that with my dad too.
Because my parents, when I visit them, have got me rewatching all these things. Magnum has been remade, and
I don't love the new Magnum PI. Do you?
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I mean, but they're kind of watching all these. Well, they were kind of watching all these remakes of older ones. Hawaii Five O is another like been remade and
I
stuff.
like the remake of Hawaii Five.
Yeah, so it's like I only knew that they existed because they were watching them.
Ooh, here's some good ones. Starsky and Hutch. I loved that one. They made a movie of that about 10 years ago. And Murder, She Wrote. Did you guys ever watch that?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Not
Dan and I loved that. We always planned that one with our little black and white TV when we first got married. Don't make them like they used to. And you know what? That means I'm old. Anyone that says that.
We now sound like our parents,
Mhm.
Karen.
Yep. Oh, there's some good ones though. That makes me want to go look them up on Netflix too, Christina.
Yeah, that's the nice thing is you can.
Yep. How you doing on all that cutting over there?
This is what I have left for layout 1.
Okay.
Layout 3 is done. Layout 1.
Layout 1's gonna have the most, right? Because we're doing not as many on layout 2.
Yep. So this one I'm almost done with, and then I'll go and just pick a few here and there for layout 2, and then leave you the papers to kind of decide what you want.
That sounds great.
After that. But
that sounds
moving
great.
along.
Well, some things that I'm noticing while you're cutting, Christina, that maybe you will take a minute and we'll let you give some tips about fussy cutting.
Okay, for me, I like to, you can see I cut them into these smaller pieces, first of all, because this is just easier for my fingers to work with. I have some pretty short fingers, so this just helps me to maneuver these. And then the other thing that you probably see is I move the paper more than I move my scissors. I do move the scissors a little, but I'm really more maneuvering the paper into the blade of the scissors. And those are just things that I've done in my fussy cutting that I find work well for me. Of course, our microtip scissors. When I think of doing this before with regular scissors, I'm like, oh my gosh, how did I do that? The microtip scissors are definitely a game changer for fussy cutting. So those for sure make a difference for me, but more so I probably just move the paper more than the scissors. Anything else you can think of, Karen? That you're leaving a border. Yep, that's a good point. I leave a little bit of a border because it is near impossible for me to cut right up against that black line. And I actually like the way that it looks with the black and then a little bit past it. It kind of almost looks like a sticker, but I like that. Okay.
Like a really big border, but you're leaving just the right amount. It's just enough I also think that it hides imperfections.
Yes.
If you cut right up against that
Everyone's
line,
gonna know.
you're gonna nick it here and there.
Yeah, one little, and on tiny things like that, it's easy to make a little mistake.
Yep. Okay, we got to go back to this TV show thing for a minute.
Yes, I'm just gonna pick. Just so you guys know, I have them separated to 2 L's and 2 R's, and I'm just gonna pick a few from each to cut, and then let Karen figure out what she wants to do as she places them. So as I cut these, I am gonna label them on the back for her. And then she can do what she wants with them.
Okay, awesome. So someone just brought up the Carol Burnett show. Did you watch that ever?
I did not.
Oh my gosh, there were some of, I could sometimes laugh at that show till tears were streaming down my face because it was like kind of like Saturday Night Live in that they shot it live in front of a live
Oh,
audience.
really?
Yes, and Tim Conway was on there, who I
Oh,
think is a hoot.
funny, yeah.
And there was a sketch, my very favorite sketch that was over and over. Tim Conway played the boss, and I think Carol Burnett played his secretary, and I think her name was Mrs. Zwiggins. It was so funny, and people are talking a little bit about Carol Burnett now. That was a good one. Christina, you would laugh at that one. You
Okay,
really
maybe
would.
I'll have to add that one to my
Yeah.
list.
Just, you could even go on YouTube and look up Tim Conway skits on Carol Burnett, and I think
Okay.
you'd find that. There's another one where he was like the, maybe it was the Mrs. Wiggins skit, where he was really short, like he walked on his knees to look little and put shoes on his knees, and he was this little tiny guy, but I can't remember if that was the Mrs. Wiggins or a different character
He
thing.
had a whole series of movies. I think it was called Dorwin, I think his name was. And it was like Dorwin on golf, Dorwin on this, Dorwin on that, where he did that, where he was like on his knees in this little tiny character, where he would be doing these different activities. I remember that.
That started on Carol
That's
Burnett.
what I was just going to say. I didn't realize where it came from.
Yeah.
But it sounds like it definitely could have come from there.
If we have any young people like Ashley that are joining us for this event, they might have already just left us.
Ashley would leave, but she's not allowed to.
No, she's stuck here with us.
She is stuck here whether she likes it or not. But she just keeps shaking her head every time we say, "Oh, and on this," and Ashley's like, "Nope."
Christina, they said it's Dorfman.
Dorfman. What did I say? Dorfman?
I don't know. It started with the D though, whatever you
Yeah,
said.
Darwin, I think I said.
Yeah.
Dorfman, that's it. Thanks, friends. And I remember watching that and just laughing and laughing and laughing, you know.
Then you would love Carol Burnett because he's also on there with what was his name? Harvey Corwin or something, and he is hilarious too. Oh, Ashley, they're asking what kind of shows you like. What's your favorite show? Oh, I love Friends. Yeah, that's a classic for sure. That's another thing Christina I don't think has ever.
Nope.
And you would love Chandler. You would, Christina.
It is on my list to watch those, but that I feel like there's a lot of them.
Yeah. Well, I feel like if you're gonna pick between your list, that should be way high up there.
Okay.
You would love the humor on
niece,
Friends.
It must be like it came back because my niece is only 23, and she is all into it. Last year for Christmas, she wanted like a Friends mug and all this stuff, and I thought, oh my gosh, really?
You know, that was one of the shows my kids would sit up at the top of the stairs and watch when we watched. And so my kids grew up, I guess, loving Friends, and I didn't know it. But my kids they've watched it over and over since then. They can quote any episode. Can you do that, Ash?
But a lot.
Especially my youngest Dawson. He could just like rattle them off.
Yeah, that was one of those ones that had a big following for sure. Sorry, friends, I'm cutting as fast as I can.
Oh, you're good. I'm trying to think of something else that would be fun to talk about. Someone said pivot. Do you know that episode, Ashley?
Even I know that one because I've seen all the memes and stuff about it.
My very favorite Friends episode, though, is the one where Ross gets the leather pant. That is so funny. There's a Friends museum. Ashley says she went to the Friends Museum in New York. I didn't know there was one.
Me either. What
What is it, Ash? All the
props and stuff from it?
Wow.
How was it? Did you like it?
Yeah.
You did?
You did?
Ashley said she got to pivot the couch all by herself. That would be fun for people who are really big fans of that. Oh, that's good to know. Maybe my niece would like to do that.
Yeah, I mean, she lives in New York. You should take her.
I know.
Next time you're home. Someone was saying that everyone would gather in their dorms to watch Friends together.
Aw.
They're quoting Friends. I'm just laughing. Oh, that's a good one. I have a granddaughter that we make fun of and say that she runs like Phoebe. Phoebe had you could Google that too, Christina, just Phoebe's run, and you would see what she was a little bit scary. And Smelly Cat, she sang a song named Smelly Cat. So good. Oh, the turkey episode. So many good episodes they're all reminding me of here. I'm just going to want to go home tonight and stay up all night and watch Friends or all of these shows we've been talking about. Okay, let's move to movies. What's your favorite movie growing up, Christina?
Gosh, growing up, I didn't watch a ton of movies.
Really?
Let me think for a minute. No, I mean, I didn't really watch a lot of movies growing up.
Not even Herbie the Love Bug?
Nope,
Wow.
nope. I honestly can't think of one from when I was younger.
That one's one that I loved, and all of the ones that were the Herbie shows, I loved them. There were several of those, like 3 or 4 of them. I'm trying to think. Okay, what about now? If you had to pick your favorite movie now, what would you say?
Um, The Notebook.
Yeah, that's a good one. Ooh, that's a really good one. I bet you know mine.
Wait a minute, let me think.
Think sports.
Oh, Remember the Titans.
Yes.
How about that I guessed it, Karen?
I'm impressed.
I love Remember the Titans.
Me too.
I do like a lot of those sports, the good sports ones like that,
Mhm.
like Rudy.
Oh, I love Rudy.
Yep. So good, right?
Yes. I mean, I bet I own the DVDs. I mean, that's also dating me of all of those sports movies.
Those are the ones you could just watch over and over again and still cry.
Yes, that's true. Cry every when I watch I say Remember the Titans is my favorite show, but now it's emotional for me to watch it for a whole different reason. I used to watch it every single year during when fall football camp happened for my boys. And my boys all played high school and college football. And when the last one finished college football, the next year I tried to watch it during when it would be fall football camp. And honestly sat and cried because I'm just so sad it's all over.
Aw.
When my boys were little, Dan coached them all. And so fall football time was like I was alone in the house because Corey would always be at ballet or whatever. And so I would always watch Remember the Titans when I was alone. Oh, now it's going to make me cry.
It is such a good one.
Yes. So many good sports movies out there, though.
That's one of the ones I'll rewatch when I'm doing fussy cutting.
Yeah, that's a good one. You know what else I rewatch a lot of times when I'm cutting if nobody's home but me, because nobody would watch this but me? What's that movie? You guys are going to know. With Renee Zellweger when they're in Minnesota and there's scrapbooking in it. It is called. It's going to come to me, or someone is going to remember.
I have no idea.
You would love it. It's got Renee Zellweger and Harry Connick Jr., who I love.
And it's got scrapbooking.
Oh yes, somebody needs to tell me what the name is.
Somebody tell us what it is because I want to watch it.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I mean, it's also sweet, but the scrapbooking parts are really funny. Somebody needs to tell me. New in town. Thank you very much, Margie.
Oh,
Margie in Minnesota knew that one.
I've never heard of it.
It takes place in Minnesota, Christina.
I've never heard of that, but I like Renee Zellweger.
Yep. And she's like this. I won't give away anything, but she's like this big corporate person, and they send her to Minnesota to open a new plant or revive a plant or something. And it's a really small little town and all the small town people. And she's like this. She thinks she's way more sophisticated than them, but she learns that they are wonderful people. Anyway, you would love it. Margie just quoted a line from that one. Only I can't say it. I wish I had the Minnesota accent because it's said like that. But are you a scrapper? I don't know how well I did on that, but that's a cute show. So all of you guys who are watching and scrapping should watch that show, New in Town. And I bet you could find that on Amazon Prime or Netflix or
Amazon or
something.
something. I'll have to check.
I might have it in a box somewhere.
What would I play it in, Karen?
I don't know.
I
All
have
those
a
boxes
player
are
of
waiting
any
for me to
type.
take them to the dump but I just can't part with them.
I have no player to play anything.
I don't either. I don't either. And honestly, I'm not a keeper. I am so not a keeper. I'm a thrower awayer. But movies, our family's a big movie family. So I guess they have a lot of meaning to me. Fun reading everyone's comments. They're awesome.
I'm just going to cut these last two flowers here and then leave these ones here for Karen to pick and choose as she wants.
Sounds good. Christina, when you watch it, you got to get some tapioca pudding.
Okay. Oh my gosh, your Minnesota accent.
I'm trying so hard. I know it's bad. But Margie knows all the lines from that one.
I'm literally picturing those things you're saying. I can hear it in her voice.
Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. Margie, how many times have you seen New in Town? You need to answer because she's just sending out all the New in Town quotes. That's funny. Oh, so many good movies people are saying too.
Okay. So this is it for me for these ones. And then, like I said, I'm just going to put these in piles for Karen. And then she'll kind of walk us through her design process as she picks which ones that she wants to use.
Oh, Margie says 10 times or so she's seen New in Town.
Wow. Right, I have a couple other things that I want to do just to prep us. Just flipping through my instructions here for a minute. I'm going to grab my cutter for a minute. This for a second. I just know we're going to need a few more things done, cut in advance and stuff, so I figured I'd try and get those done. From the papers that we didn't cut, I'll grab those. I'm just reaching across here to grab mine. We have a little stack here of ones we didn't cut. I want some zip strips. And I should have two that are heart zip strips. Hearts. Those already or not, but let's see what we've got. We've got these ones. I want these ones. So these two pieces of paper. And my hearts I must have already cut. Oh, there's one. I think I cut one. Yeah, because it was that paper. So my other one is up here somewhere. Ashwood. Oh, never mind. I found it, hon. There's my other heart that was already cut. I know. That is how fast Ashley works, though. You think you need something and she has it up ready for you. Okay, so I want those two heart zip strips. I'll just put this back up with my other papers because remember, we're going to use some of those as the base. And then I want these zip strips. So the reverse side of it looks like that. One. And this one. And then I want to grab my scrap of white that I was just using to cut all those flowers out of. You have other scrap whites that we put aside. And I just want to cut a couple of half-inch strips on this. And again, I'm just kind of trying to get us a little bit ahead of having some of the things that we may need for mine and Karen's pages.
You're gonna make it so easy for me when I get up there, Christina.
That's what you think. Remember, I didn't label those little black pieces.
Oh, that's right. That's gonna ruin the whole experience.
Okay, and then these two go on layout 2. So just put those with your layout 2 things. These I'm going to use. The white daisy I'm going to use in a minute. Okay, now these two, I want the red or the darker red down here at the left hand edge, and then that goes to the green up here on the right. So I want to cut in 3 3/4 inches from this end. So I want the green and the yellow to 3 3/4 inches. And this is 1R. And same thing on this one. I want the green and the yellow. And I want this 4 1/4 inches. This is scrap. 4 1/4 inches. This is scrap. And then this one I'm also going to cut in half. So to cut it in half, I like to get it on the cutter like this. And then I'm going to see, yes, I'm going to grab a little bit of washi tape. Because this is a tiny one for me to cut. And I don't want it getting too squirrely on me and moving. So, and so I like to put it on there. And then once I have it so that it's in the middle of where I'm going to cut, then I put a little piece of washi tape there. And then cut through that. And it's still squirreled a little bit, but not as bad.
Could be an adjective, but it's also a verb.
You could. It depends. Yeah,
squirreled.
it just depends on the usage. Actually, I'm gonna do another one, just because I don't want to leave Karen with one that's not like perfect. I've done enough damage to her by not labeling the
black
black
little
pieces.
eighth
I'm
inch
gonna grab more of this and just do 4 1/4 again. I need a little bit more washi. So I'll put this on here again. I'm gonna do a little at each end. A little there, a little bit more. Try that again. Okay. I also put it here where I can try and hold, like I'm trying to put my finger in there to help it hold straight, and I went a little slower this time. That worked much better. Gently pull off that washi. I use washi on there when I have tiny pieces like that to cut a lot, just because they do tend to move around, at least on me. There's those 2 pieces. And these are going to go on. Oh, it's for me anyways. I could have used the little one that wasn't perfect. It was for my layout. 1L. Those are 1L. I'm going to move my cutter again.
But now you have perfect ones, Christina.
But for me, I would have said, close enough. Oh, that's close enough. I'm going to bring my Versamat back in here. And I'm just going to do some stamping on these strips that we're going to need. Try and just get these done in advance. I want to grab my stamp set back. And this time we've been using that side that had the flowers and the swashes. This time I want the side that has the words. So it's the side here. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, you can probably see that okay. And I'm going to grab my 1 by 3.5 block and that black ink that I want to use. And I'm going to just do some that I see on this next layout. I see Chasing Sunshine. And these are just all stamped on scrap paper. So there isn't exact measurements on this. So I'm seasoning that stamp. And then what I'm going to do is just leave a little space between these so that I can cut in between them and then use them on the layout. So I'm just going to leave a little space, kind of like when we made our flowers and left a little space. Same thing. So Chasing Sunshine, Happy, this is fun too because this one, the sentiments on here, it really has a mixture of the different styles, which I love when you mix like a pretty scripty one like this with then this more, almost looks like a typewriter. So I like the mix of fonts.
Me too.
Happy?
One thing I noticed about the mix of fonts in this set is there's a script font There is a sans serif font that's all caps, which is that Chasing Sunshine, but then there's also a serif font, and I feel like there's such a good mix.
There really is. Celebrating You, I want, which is down here. So we've got Chasing Sunshine, Happy, Celebrating You. Give that a quick season. Move this a little closer to me so I'm over it when I stamp. Then I want In My Heart. I love the amount of stamp usage in the layouts here. In My Heart's here. I just always love using the stamp and papers and things as much as I can.
I agree. And I think stamping on your layouts makes them feel so much like they're really your layout.
Agreed.
Because anybody can buy a sticker sheet, which I love stickers too, don't get me wrong, and use the same stickers. But when you do a stamp and choose different colors to stamp it in or different combinations of the stamps, that really is uniquely you.
Okay, so we did In My Heart and Living in the Moment. Just right under Always. Now we're going to cut these into little strips. And so remember, if you're someone who went ahead and did the sponging on all of the cardstock and decorative papers, you're also going to want to, after you cut these, you're going to want to sponge around these too. And you'll also be wanting to sponge your stickers as we use those. Just everything to add that little black edge of pop, you'll want to continue that on. Okay, Living in the Moment, and then we want to do Love You. Right here. Right here. This is one of those stamp sets. There's a couple stamp sets I have that I will keep right in the front of my stamp box because they're just the ones that I always go to grab to add a little something that would go with any layout. So it could be the distressing things or cute little words like these. This one will be there for me because it's just got such a great variety of little sentiments and things like that. Okay. These I'm going to go ahead and cut now. And I'm just cutting and trying to leave a little bit of edge on each one. I'm just going to snip using my scissors. And I'm just trying to do so that it's even on each side. If I need to go back and trim a little, I do. But there's no exact measurements for these ones. You could, of course, use different phrases if you wanted to. If there's different phrases on there that just work better for the pictures that you're using or for the theme that you're going for, you've got a lot to choose from. You could absolutely do that. So I'm just going to snip these up to all the different little phrases I have.
Great idea that was, just to cut a big long half-inch piece and do all those words as accents. I think that was so smart.
And then these I'm just going to go ahead and put with my layout 1 because we're going to use those on both pages on layout 1. Okay, let's see. I'm just going to look through quick. I see that I need a Laugh Often on one of the pages Karen's doing, so I want to do that one for her. So let's see. Laugh Often is, or is that a sticker? Oh, that must be a sticker. Okay, that one's a sticker. I'm like, wait a second, where is that one? And then let me look at the third. That was a test. And on the third layout, we need Always, so I want to grab my scrap paper again. And I'm going to just stamp and cut out this Always for you, Karen, just so that that's done too. And then if there's any other little tiny stamps you might need to do throughout it, but the bulk of yours will be.
Wow, you're making my life easy.
Well, I figure while we have all the stuff out, right?
That's awesome. I will take it.
This always is pretty neat. It's connected as one word, but we're gonna cut it out. We're gonna fussy cut it for the way that it's placed on the page that Karen's gonna use it on. And I love this because it's got like some writing through it. So the distressing on this one is already done for you, which is pretty neat. It's just a neat look that definitely goes with the whole theme of this set. Stamped up good. Stamp it, and then I'm gonna cut those out. So this is looks like one that you could have done yourself, right? You could have made this yourself with the distressing things like we've done on some of these other pieces, but it's already done on here for you. Okay, and then same thing, I'm just gonna cut this out. I'll keep that scrap paper over there just in case Karen needs it for one of the pages that she's working on, or maybe I'll need it for the one I do. And then I'm gonna just cut these out like this, rough cut them kind of first to make it easy for myself. And these will be easy to fussy cut. These are straight lines, not
Do
like
that too,
flowers.
Christina. I always cut it into the pieces before I.
You do too?
Yes, always.
Just
It
makes
just
it
makes
easier to handle, right?
It really does.
And these ones, as you cut these will go onto project 3R if you're stacking them so that it's easier for you when you go to assemble. These are 3R. I just love that they've got this print through them. How's everyone doing with their stamping and cutting? Okay, Karen?
They must be because there's not as much chatter happening now.
Okay, good.
There was a lot of chatter when we were talking about TV shows and movies, but I think mostly they were just having fun watching you cut. Yep.
Well,
It is mesmerizing. Someone said that to watch someone do something that maybe is a little more tedious to do yourself, like fussy cutting or watercoloring.
when I was gonna say when you or do your watercoloring up here or your colored pencil, I just sit there and I'm like, wait, was I supposed to be doing something? Ooh, I'm supposed to be answering questions, but I like
It is
I
fun to watch other people do
get
those
lost
things.
in it, you know, because
Yeah,
I'm like
it's easy to
looking,
do.
like watching the technique and all the
Mhm.
things.
Someone just commented that they've kept right up with you the whole time. So I hope that's true
Oh,
of a lot of
good.
people who are doing this along with us.
It is hard. It's hard for us, you guys. I'm sure you can imagine, right? Because everybody, even the three of us that teach here, we all teach at a different speed. We all work at a different speed. And so it is hard to keep up with the either going too fast for people or too slow. It just depends. And so just know that we are mindful of it and we do our best, but we are fortunate in that these videos have the option to pause and replay or skip forward if you need to.
It was so nice. It used to be you couldn't pause
Right.
unless you were rewatching it. And so having Facebook add in that live pause is so great.
It made a big difference. Because we are trying to keep track of all the things while we're up here doing this, right? And then also trying to be mindful of, working at a pace that everyone can enjoy themselves as they work. But really, there's just such a variety. Like I say, even the three of us here work at very different paces. It's just, everyone's so different in how they do it. So we're grateful for that, the ability to go back and do that for sure. That was a big improvement when they made that. You used to be able to do it like Karen was saying, but you couldn't do it till the end of the live broadcast. But now you can pause it right. You could pause it right now if you want to, which is a lot nicer. So like I'm saying, if you're someone who wanted to do the sponging, you could pause it and do that and then pick it right back up. No. Okay, good to know. There's my always. And now that's done, let's just get this cleared off. And that is our pre-cutting for this project. So we're gonna take just a couple of minutes here. We'll stay right here on this feed, but you'll just see a little pause here so that we can get ourselves situated and organized, and then we'll be right back and I will start doing the first layout with you. So make sure you have all of your parts and pieces ready for layout number 1. Oh, and Ashley just reminded me of something so important that we don't want to miss, the giveaway. So let's go ahead and give away this. We are giving away this really cute Hillside Cottage scrapbooking stamp set. So if you are one of the lucky winners listed here, make sure to email ctmhoffice@closetomyheart.com. Let us know that you were a winner in today's live event. And of course, provide us with your name and mailing address so that we can get that prize out to you. Now, stay here right on this feed. Go ahead and get your things gathered, and we'll come back and start assembling the first layout. Okay, welcome back. I've got my workstation set up here and we are ready to start with our assembly of layout one, both the left-hand side and the right-hand side. Now, first, there is some preparation work that we need to do to the base pages we're going to use. So I'm going to go ahead and flip this over so that I have the foam side of my mat up. And then I want to grab my paper stack. Remember, these are all the papers that we haven't used yet. And I want to look for the papers that look like that. It's that right there. Show you the other side of it so you can make sure that you're on the correct one. So this is what the paper looks like. You can see it's got like 4 quadrants. That's what the reverse side of it looks like. So we're going to start with just one of these. I'm going to start with this one. The green's up in this corner. The yellow's up in the upper right-hand corner. Okay? And that's how you want yours to look as well. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my black ink. Put that there. I'm also going to grab my stamp set back again. So you'll see in this workshop, the whole workshop, there are just layers and layers of colors and stamps and stencils and then the fussy cut pieces and stickers. And it's all really about making this really beautiful look, this distressed look kind of come to life. So you'll see us doing a lot of that on this base page. So what I'm going to do now is be putting some of this distressing on this base page. If you want to skip this part, you certainly don't have to do it, but I want to show you the finished project again here so you can see this is the page that we're doing right now that we're doing that stamping on. And it just adds all of this that you see around the outside edge here. It just adds that. And so it's giving that more depth and that distressed look. You could just use it this way if you wanted, but we're going to go ahead and do it like the sample here so that you can see how that was created. Now I'm going to grab my blocks. I want from my stamp set, I want this, the wording down here in the bottom left-hand corner next to that floral. I think I'll grab the 4x4 stamp or block for that. And then remember Karen had said how you could color the flowers using some of these. We used this one over and over again, remember? So they all look uniform, which is really nice. But she had said, oh, there's other things on there you could use too. This word one is one of the ones she was talking about. Now I'm just giving that a quick season. And then I'm going to open up my stamp set here. And there aren't exact measurements for any of this. There's just going to be little bits and pieces showing around the edge. So keep that in mind. There's no precise measurement that you're going to see here. So I'm going to walk you through it, just kind of giving you general idea of where things are. I'm going to do this wording stamp up here. And I'm kind of starting it a little bit below where this top petal is. And there's probably, I don't know, maybe half an inch. I'm half an inch in from the left-hand side. Let's get that inked up a little bit better. But remember, no real precise measurements. This is just supposed to be filling in some of the outside edges of this piece of paper that we're working on as our base.
It really is so organic. Everything about this project. And so
yes,
you don't need exact measurements. It just
exactly.
all comes out looking great because it is kind of a distressed, haphazard looking stamp anyway.
And I'm going to do another one of these little ones down here. This is probably up maybe almost 2 inches, almost right to the side edge there. Again, I'm just trying to give you some general ideas, but I'm going to just be layering things. So it's going to get messy and hard to explain, but I want you to just see how it kind of comes together. So we'll start with that word one. And then I'm going to go back to our favorite, or just calling it our favorite because we've been using it a lot. It's that little scratchy one that we've been using to color all the flowers in with. Same thing, I'm doing this in black. I'm going to ink this one up. And I'm going to do one down here. And let's see, I think I'll do one over here. Now there are pictures of this in the instruction guide, but just kind of here and here. And then I think I'll do a couple up here. So I'll do one going this way. I want these pieces. You'll see that there isn't an exact pattern, but there's one side that has little parts that stick up a little higher. I think I want that like that there. And then I'm going to come down and do it this way here. You won't see much of it because there's going to be a lot of flowers there, but you'll see just a little peeking through, and that's what I want. And I think I'll do one more kind of overlapping. This is the first one I start to overlap up there in the corner. Keep this out because we're going to have another piece to do. So just the one side that we're doing. Get that cleaned. Okay. And then the last one, let's see, I think I'll use a 2x2 block. And I'm going to use this little partial phrase down here next to the large flower. And I'm going to give that a quick season. And then go ahead and ink this up. And same thing, I'm just going to kind of start overlapping some things. I love this because this one already looks like it's distressed itself. Just the way it's designed. Do one here and maybe one there. I think one more here, and it's overlapping in some places, which is totally fine. That's all part of the look. And then I'm going to leave that on my stamp block as well. And then I want the small dots. So I want to grab my 1x1 block. And there's a little cluster of small dots. It's right here in the center of the stamp. And for this, I want to add some of the colors that are on here. So I'm going to grab my lagoon, my periwinkle, my lemonade, and my glacier. Would you reverse those this way, Karen? Do I have that right? That look, it's hard to see on the...
That looks right to me, yes.
Yeah, okay, I had them reversed. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do is just add some depth in here using the little stamp in the color of these little quadrants. So remember, there's going to be something in the middle of this, so I only want to do a few around the outside edge. So like for this one, I'll probably come in and... Actually, let me see. Do I want to do these in... Yeah, let me do the spots. Actually, that's why. Let me do the spots in black, and then I'm going to keep these out to do the sponging. Sorry. So just clean that little thing off. I'm going to use the black to do these, and these colors to do the sponging with the stencil. You'll see how that works.
That's funny because this whole time, the last minute or so, I've been going backward in my guide going, I swear that's a stencil. I swear
I was
that's a
like, wait
stencil.
a second. So I'm just kind of popping some of these around. So these are in black. That's why I was like, wait a second. Why does this not look right, the color? Then I'll just kind of put some here. Again, just putting them around the edge. No real rhyme nor reason here. I'll do. And a few more right about there. So you'll see too, mine aren't going to match the example perfectly because they're mine. And I'm doing them how it works for me. So we're going to do the stenciling on here, but I want to do both pages at the same time. So I'm just going to set that aside for a minute so we can make our other base page. So this is the other base page. And again, we want to flip it this way this time. So the yellow is down in this left-hand corner. So the yellow is down in the left-hand corner. Then I'm going to start this process over again. I'm going to start with those words, black ink. I'm going to do one here. That. I'm going to do another one, I think, of these right under there. Maybe a little bit out further. Because you'll just see a little bit of it peeking out through the side. And then I think I'll do one over here too. Here for the yellow. think that black pops really nice with the yellow there. And now I'm actually done with this one, so I'm going to clean this off good and get it right back on my carrier sheet. And then we'll go on to our next one, which was the one that we used to color the flowers with earlier. So let's get that one. Again, we're inking it up in black there. And I think I'll do this one. I'll do that little corner kind of like I did on that last sheet. The way that looks. Let's see. Maybe I'll add a little bit up in this section, I think. I think that's it for that one for me. You can be doing any kind of designs with this that you want around that outside edge. Just keep in mind you want to do it around the outside edge because the inside is going to be covered with cardstock and decorative papers.
They're loving this and thinking it's so much fun to add all these
Oh,
details.
good. Then I'm going to go to my little words. And I think I'll do some here. Out towards the edge a little bit. I think I'll do some overlapping up here. Some over here. Here. And maybe a little right there. And that feels good for me. And then the last part on the stamping for this is going to be those little dots. These are another one I could see using over and over and over again. And these are just kind of filling in, which is nice. But it looks like a little ink splatter. Just going all around down here, wherever you'd like to fill in. And there's one more step to this that again just helps to add more depth, and I think you're going to love that part too. Okay, so I've kind of done them in these little quadrants you can see there. And now we're done with that stamp too. I'm going to get the stamp set out of the way for right now. But we do need these ink pads still for this part. So another way to add, so we've added, the stamping on here. Another way to add another element of that depth really is by adding stenciling. And so we're going to add stenciling in the colors that are on the paper already. I'm going to start with this piece first, because I already had the colors set up for that. So you can see I have them coordinating here. And then we have a stencil that we're going to use to do that. Now this stencil is 4 different patterns that are all 6 by 6. So you can see it's a 12 by 12 stencil, but it's got 4 different sections that are 6 by 6. What I like to do with these is to cut them. You don't have to. If that makes you nervous to cut them down, you certainly don't have to, but I like to cut them down. And so that they're each in their little 6 by 6 pattern, and they're just a little bit easier for me to use that way. They're easier for me to store that way too. For these ones, I keep an extra little stamp envelope, the envelopes that our stamps come in, and put them in there.
I have never thought to do that. That is such a good tip.
Oh, good.
Isn't it funny the things that we think are
that everybody must do? Yeah.
Because really, that was like a big light bulb for me.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start using this. So what we're going to do is we're going to use these circles in abstract ways over each one of these corners to just really add some more color to these sections. And I'll show you what I mean. So I'm going to, actually, let me work on my scrap papers. I think you'll be able to see it a little bit better. So I'll just have the scrap paper there on the side. So I'm going to start with Glacier. Glacier's up here. And I'm going to grab just one of our brushes and get some ink on that. Glacier is a lighter color, so I'm really kind of making sure to ink it up well on there. And then I'm going to fold this, and I'm just going to put it at like a bit of an angle here, because I don't want it to be I don't want it to look like I did this in a perfect square. And some sections will be a little darker, the circles will be a little darker, and some will be a little lighter, and that's just all part of it. So there's what that one looks like. Now, while I have this out, I'm also going to grab that other piece of paper and do it on this one too. So I can do it on both of my bases while I've got it out. Same thing, I'm just kind of switching around where I put that stencil. And some will be darker and some will be lighter, and that's okay. And you're going right over the stuff that we stamped. And remember, you'll only see what's around the edge on this. You won't see the whole center part because that will be covered. So that's what I have. All of this fun here is what you're going to see out the side of when we have the base now. So now I'm done with that color. And so I'm just going to take, you can just take a tissue or a wipe or whatever you have handy. I've got some wipes here handy. And I'm just going to wipe that stencil off. Because I want to clean that color off so that I don't get a mixing of my colors. So I just wipe that off and then I'll grab a tissue and dry it off also. And then just kind of pat out my brush here so I'm ready to go on to the next color. And that's going to be Lagoon. So I'll grab this in here. And I'm now going to do this corner. And I'm going to do the same thing. Ink this up in the Lagoon. And just kind of put this at a fun angle. I don't want it to be too perfect. Darker spots and some lighter spots. And you can put more if you want. If you wanted to, fill in this area a little bit more, you could I can add some just by kind of sticking this in where I want to fill the area, and I'm using this in circular motions. And you can see that just added a little bit more there. You could add some down here if you wanted, whatever is giving you that look that you want. But you can see what we're creating and how different this looks already than it did when we first started, and it was just a piece of paper. The paper itself is designed in a way to look distressed. So if you wanted to just leave it that way, like I had said in the beginning, you could totally do that because it's designed to look like it's already distressed. But adding all of these fun layers, you can see how much that really adds to what we're doing here. Okay, same with this one. Just kind of wipe my brush out. I'm done with Lagoon. Just clean my stencil off. Dry it off. And I actually have another little brush that I'm going to use just because I'm going to switch to a much lighter color now. So I just grab one that's a little been used with some lighter colors. Actually, there's one that's already used in yellow, so I'll grab that. I'm going to do this yellow here, which is our lemonade, in that same exact process. Get some ink on this. Go ahead and get my circle patterns over here where I want. And then just start with my circular motions over my stencil. So fun. And then I'll do the one for the other page as well. I'll do this one this way a little bit more. This one a little lighter, so I started over at this edge where you're not going to see it, so that there's a little less ink on it as I get to the parts you are going to see. Same thing. Just wipe this off. Off the side, wiping it off a little bit on a tissue as well, because I'm going to use that same one again in Periwinkle. Clean off my stencil. And then dry it off as well. And then switch to Periwinkle. And that's our last little corner here. Now I have some white up here on my paper, and so I definitely want to make sure I want to, cover some of that up. So I'm kind of concentrating on that as I do this. You may have a little section of yours that you're thinking that same type of thing for that you might want to cover a little bit or fill in a little bit. So just use your judgment on where you want to place that. Circular motion. I'm going to put just a little bit here too, because there's a little bit of a gap between these two that I'd like to fill. So easy, but it really adds so much. This is a great example of what you can do with our stencils as well. And these are the same type of thing, right? Like circles like this. Well, all of the shapes in this stencil are really great, but this is one I would for sure use a lot because it's really versatile. And this has larger and smaller circles on it, which I like. And there we go. Done with my brush. Done with this stencil. I'm going to just wipe it off in case we need it throughout the project. So it's all ready to go. And then get that ink out of the way. And then we're ready to start with our assembly. So if you're following along on the instructions, we're on page number 10. I'm going to get my 2 Versamats down. And what I'll do is I'll keep the left-hand page out. That's the completed page. And then I'll work on the right-hand side here so that you always have that for reference. So if I'm working at a different speed than you, that you can go ahead and reference that. Or of course you can reference what's on your guide as well. Okay, so for this one, you want a piece that has the yellow, well, the yellow is probably the easiest to tell. So the yellow down in the bottom left-hand corner. I'm going to put just a little adhesive on the back of here to help me keep this square on my Versamat. And then we're ready to start putting down the pieces for 1L. So I'm going to grab my stack. Yours may be sponged if you sponged these all. And I'm going to start by attaching this black piece down. One of the things I want you to make sure as you attach the black is to not put adhesive all the way to the 4 corners, because as you can see, we're going to put some flowers behind them. So you want them to be able to sneak in behind there. So I just didn't go all the way to the edge. I kind of did like a square in the middle here. And then this just gets centered on this page. And this is where you see that magic happen of look at how pretty all of that distressing that we took the time to do with the stamping and then layering the stencil on top of it and the multiple different stamps. Look at how pretty that makes this gorgeous background, right? Even prettier than the paper itself. And now I'm gonna grab my grid piece. I'm gonna attach that down. What goes next? Just get centered on that black. I'm gonna get it where I want and then place it down. And then let's see, I'm gonna grab these squares and I just like to lay them out first where they're gonna go, just so I have a good idea. And this one is lemonade, and then lagoon, periwinkle, and glacier. And so these are all the same size squares. So, excuse me, except this one, which is larger. So I want to just kind of get these laid out first. And this one's a little bit larger because it's going to hold our word lovely. So these two up at the top should line up even across the top, even across the bottom because they're the same size. And then this one should line up perfectly with that one above it. So you can see these edges are lined up perfectly there. Leave a little bit more space there. And then this is the one that's bigger. And so this one is going to be a little closer to that than this is. And the gap here is a little smaller than that one is because this piece is just a little bit bigger. So that's why I like to get them all placed out first before I start taping them down. And now I'm just going to use regular adhesive. I pick up each one, get it back into that position. That I had them lined up in. And that just makes it a little bit easier for me. And I can see I tried to keep the spacing on the sides here about the same. Again, we're not measuring these all, so they might be, a little different, but I just kind of eyeball them. I wanted to keep this outside edge about the same. That's what I've concentrated on there. And then this is that piece that's different. It's a little bigger. And then this one goes down last. Because it is the bigger, it doesn't line up with the rest of them. We have that. So that's your four, like the four that you have down as your base to start. And I love this quadrant. Like, again, you see this color then carried out here, and this here, and this here, and this here. It's a really neat design element in these, I think. And then the next thing we're going to do is put some of those dots onto this piece that our lovely is going to go on. So I'm just going to move this out of the way a little bit. Set this down. I'm going to grab that polka dot stencil again. And I'm going to grab my Glacier ink. This is Glacier. And I want to grab my little brush again. Ink that up in some Glacier. And I'm just going to do it just kind of goes up at this edge. So the upper right corner and then that bottom left corner. And so that's what I'm going to do as well. I'm just going to put these through the upper right corner. And they're light. They're light because they're not the focus of this square. The focus of this square is the word. But these are just giving a little background. And that's how I'm using it. Let's do a little bit here and a little here. Lightly. I'm doing it a lot lighter here than I did, just to add that little bit. Again, rather than that just being a plain white piece, it's now got that little bit of texture to it. And I'll just keep cleaning my stencil as we use it so that it's always ready for us to go. Okay, we'll bring back in the page. Get this squared up for us again. And then this is going to get attached right to this yellow piece. Centered on there. And now we're just going to start building all of our kind of accessories on here. So I'm going to grab the flower stacks, the ones that I stamped and fussy cut. Just kind of keep those all over here near me. So we're ready to go. I'm also going to grab that zip strip that I cut in half. That goes on this one. And then the words that I pre-stamped so that everything's quick and easy for me to grab. So I will start by attaching these. And one's going to go on each side of this square. Let's see. And the points on this little design are pointing to the left on both sides. So I'll just use my adhesive to attach these. And the points are pointing to the left side of the page. So you can see how much we've added just even to this little, it's just a simple little title square. But by adding this background and then these parts of the zip strip and then the letters on it, it just gives dimension on dimension on dimension. Now I'm going to grab my periwinkle flowers. I want a large and two small. I'm just going to put some adhesive on the back of these, regular adhesive, because these are all getting tucked underneath that black border. I like to start with the large one first. And I want this kind of peeking out the top almost over to the corner. This is going to be a lot like the stamping though. It's just going to kind of be wherever feels good on your layout. Now you can see just a little bit of the dots and a little bit of the stamping poking out, which is exactly what we want. So it just looks really organic. Put another flower there. And then this third one, kind of floating down just a little bit more. Once I'm sure they're where I want, then I just will press down to really secure them. I'm going to do the same thing up here with Lagoon. Large and too small. These are all going to be tucked as well. So I'll flip them over and just put regular adhesive on them. I start with my large one. Same thing, just a little bit kind of peeking out here. Get it so that, you know, the petals you want are showing, whatever you feel looks best there in your space. And then I'm going to put one off to the side here. And then one kind of coming down this side. Same thing, you just see a little bit of those stamps that we did peeking out, and it just looks so, so pretty. I'm going to do this bottom corner down here with Glacier, a large and two smalls. The rest that you see here will be going on our other page, the corresponding page to this one. These ones all get tucked behind as well, so I'm just going to use regular adhesive. Start with my large, and this large one's going to go down at the bottom here, under that black, which is why we didn't put adhesive there. Just kind of put this where it works for me, so you can see these little splotches. I like that. And then I'm going to put one kind of here in the corner, and then one going up the side a little bit. And then I'll end over here with my lemonade. And I want a large and two smalls for that too. And then one small, I'm going to put regular adhesive on the back of. And then one small and one large, I'm going to put foam tape on the back of. Because these ones are going to pop up a little bit. Okay, so I'll start with the large. That usually just helps me to place my other ones. And this one's going to go down here in the corner. I want a little bit of that stamping to show, so I'm just going to move that over a little bit. And then one slides underneath here. And then this one is dimensional on the foam tape. This one's going to go up the side just a little bit. Right there. And now I'm going to go ahead and go in and start adding other elements. We're going to work in little squares here in each corner. So the first thing I want is a 4x4 photo. Now, if you don't have a photo, you want to use just a photo placeholder like what I'm using here. And this is on foam tape so that it's dimensional. And having it dimensional on this one, I love the way that that looks. So I do want to do that on mine. If you're someone who doesn't like as much dimension on yours, you could, of course, just put it down with regular adhesive. It's not going to make or break the layout for you. It just depends on your personal preference. And then this will get centered on that periwinkle piece. Peel off that foam tape. This holds a 4x4 photo. And I just center it on there. And then I'm going to build the little cluster here. I want that chasing sunshine. Now, because I don't have my photos, I don't want to adhere this down. So I'm only going to put a little bit of foam tape over on the edge here so that it's easy to fit my photos in afterwards. So I just grab a little tiny piece, knowing that I can tape it down better once I put my pictures in. And then this left edge of chasing goes all the way to the edge of the black. Now I'm going to use some of my die cuts on this as well. So I'm going to my die cut sheet and I want one of the straight arrows and there's one right above the L in love. So you just punch that out, put some regular adhesive on the back of it. Again, I didn't put a ton because I want to be able to fit my picture in there. And then it just goes right up against that chasing sunshine. Now we're going to do the same thing over here. We're going to build our little cluster. So my 4x4 photo, I want to grab that, the placeholder, and then I want to grab some foam tape. Just got a bunch of partially used ones that I'm going to work from. You can use thick or thin, whichever you prefer. This one's thicker than the first one. The first one I used was a thinner version. But I like foam tape, so you can do whichever you prefer, or of course just attach it right on. And then this gets centered right on that lagoon square. And then for this, we're going to grab our black die cuts. We want this little banner piece that's actually just above the arrow that we just used. Now, same thing with this. I'm just going to barely tack it down on here because I want to remember where it goes, but I want to be able to move it when I put my picture in. And then the stamp word that we used is happy. And I'm just going to put adhesive on the left-hand edge of this to attach it to this banner piece, but that way the rest of it is not adhered down, so I don't have to worry about that. Down here, same thing, 4x4 photo, foam tape. And this we're going to cluster together one of the stamped words we did with a die cut and a sticker. So it's just part of mixing all those different elements that I think really is something that's showcased in this workshop, for sure. And these to me are those type of layouts. These are special layouts. I wouldn't typically do these for all my scrapbooking. This to me is pretty elevated in terms of the type of art, but I just love it for these special, to have some nice special ones like this in your scrapbook. Then I need Celebrating You to be stamped. I'm going to put a little foam tape just like under the U in there because I don't want to attach it all the way down for my photo. And this one also goes to the edge of the black, just like what we did on this one up here. And then I'm going to grab my die cut sheet. And this time I want one of the arrows that is angled, and that's right next to the arrow that we used. So it's this one here. It's going to go like this. So I want to put some adhesive on the back. Not too much, because I want to be able to slide my picture in, but just enough to kind of tack it down there.
Christina, what pictures are you going to put on this? Have you already
I know, I've
decided?
been thinking about it as I looked, and at first I was thinking, oh, I need to go with this pastel theme. But as I'm looking at the pictures that we have on here, I have so many outdoor hiking type pictures. I'm thinking they might look really nice on here.
Yeah, I just think with all the blues and things, it would work great with all the
I was
nature
kind of
photos.
thinking I had to do something different, but I love how these look.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm looking for this little heart right here, and it's right down here, kind of diagonal from Pure Joy. Really just going to go just on the upswing of that arrow there. And I'm also going to get my so that I can make some of these stickers a little less sticky. because I know there's going to be some coming up I want to. But that little one works great like this. And now I'm going to
Ashley's
go
gonna
to this
find
one.
it for you. So people are going, wait, you said you were grabbing your anti-static pouch. Ashley
Thanks,
to the
Ash.
rescue.
And it comes in its little carrier and everything for me. Okay, now I'm going to do the word lovely here. So that's on my die cuts. I'm just going to punch out the words for that, or the letters for that. Start with that. These are on foam, so we want to flip those over. I'm going to use, make sure I have them all backwards. Nothing worse than going to tape this, attach this down after and realizing that you have a letter backwards. And I'll just kind of place these on here in different spots just to give it a little pop. And this is perfect because these are just the right width, really, for the thinner of our foam tape. And I love that this is the title on this page. I think it's such a unique way. You guys know me, I'm pretty traditional, and I would typically think, the title has to go in the upper left-hand corner of the page, and it has to be across the top, and, I've got all my little rules about it. But this is in one of the squares, and I think it just works so well with this design. I'm like, this is perfect, and what a fun, unique way to have the title in there. And then I'll get them placed where I want to. I like to, just like when I do with my regular papers, I like to kind of lay them out where they're going to go before I actually start attaching them to make sure that I've got my spacing right and things like that. So here I'm going to do the LOV, ELY. Get them here first, and then I'm going to space them so that the LOV is halfway between, the two sides here. And then the E is lined up with the L. Once I have them where I want, then I'll start attaching them. But a unique way, I think, to use these letters, number one, that they're just not in a row to spell lovely, that they're broken up like this, I think is pretty neat. And that it's this title box almost. And I think it will stand out in my scrapbook because mine are typically not like this. But I love the way it looks. And the black is just such a nice touch on here, isn't it? Because you've got these lighter colors, and then I feel like it just pops off the background. Then the last step on this page is just to add some of our little accessories. Now you may have different accessories than me. You might be using some of your crystals or different gems, but I'll show you how I'm going to use the ones that we have. A couple of stickers that go on here. I also love the way that the stickers are attached on all of these different layouts. Just layered instead of just, down on the base. They're layered on things, which really is fun. Okay, so I'm going to grab that sticker sheet. And I want the lemonade heart, that's lemonade and gold. It's right down here. And then this is just going to go on that Ellen Lovely. And then I also want the word smile. And that's this one here. And this goes between the L and the Y. And now I'm going to grab a sheet of my accessory. which are these cute little pink accessories. But we happen to use them on here in black because we just wanted black. And so one of the neat things about these accessories is you can use them as the way that they are there, but you can also color them. So I'm just grabbing my True Black marker and push this up a little bit so you can see. I'm going to grab this down here and then I'm going to color some hearts. So I'll walk you through which ones I'm using. So I'm going to use this lightest shade here and I'm going to color over some of these. So I want to color one of these. Let's see. Let's do a medium. There's large, medium, and small. Let's do a medium. Everyone know that you could do this? And then, so I need a medium there and a tiny. Kind of looking at what I need on this layout and coloring as I see the ones I need. Then over here is another medium. I'll do another one of those. Here's another tiny. And then up here is another tiny. So I'm just going to grab the second sheet because 2 sheets of them come in there and do another tiny one. Add these to my layout. Okay, I'm going to use my scissors to help me just because it usually is a little bit easier for me. Okay, so a tiny one is what I'll start with. And I've got it on my scissors. And a tiny one is going to go up here in this right-hand corner. Then over to here, might as well do all the tiny ones first. Grab another tiny one. And one goes right down here. And then my last tiny one. And that is going to go right up here. Now I'm going to add these mediums. So I have one medium that goes down here in our yellow section. And another one that's going to go in the glacier section.
A lot of people did not know you could do it.
Oh, good.
Has to be alcohol markers. You probably said that, but
I didn't. I just said I was using our True Black, but that's a great point, Karen. And that, my friends, is page 1 on the left-hand side. And now we're going to go ahead and go to the right-hand side. So I'm going to move this out of the way. Remember, if you're not ready to move on, you can always go back and you can pause this. You can reverse, rewind, I guess, and go to whatever section you need. But we're going to move on now to the right-hand page. And that looks like this. So we want to grab that face that we prepared. And we want to make sure that our yellow is in the upper right-hand corner. Upper right-hand corner for yellow. And you're going to see we're going to build this basically like we did that last one. So I'm going to start by going ahead and getting my pieces. And I'm going to start with that black. And when I attach the black down, I'm going to make sure to not go too far to the edge so that I can slip those flowers in. This gets centered. And then the grid goes on there. All familiar, right? This is what we did last time. And this gets centered onto there. And then same thing, we're going to do our little grid of squares here. With our lemonade is going to go up in this area. Periwinkle is down here, coordinates with its little corner. Glacier. And lagoon. Now, these ones are all the same size. Remember on the other one, one was a little bigger. These ones are all the same size. So as you place it, keep that in mind. Get these where I want them to. That looks good to me. And then I'll start attaching these down with regular adhesive. And that's why I like to place them down first. It just helps me to visualize where I want them, especially when there's not, like this one doesn't have specific measurements. So it just helps me to make sure I'm staying on track with where these are supposed to go. This last one. And now I'm going to do my flowers. So I want my glacier ones first. These are all going to get just regular adhesive on the back because they're going to be tucked. Start with my large one, and I want 3 of the petals kind of peeking out here. Just about to the corner, like that. And then I'll have one come down the side. And you see really now how it's so fun that just this little bit of what we did with the stamping and the texture that we did with the dots just kind of shows through. I love that look. And then our third one, I'll kind of go up here to the right, overlap these a little bit. Then I'm going to grab my lagoon for down here. These are all going to go behind. So I'll put regular adhesive on them. Start with my large one. It's going to go here in the corner. And then one's going to go up this side a little bit more. And then this one's going to overlap down here a little. Periwinkle, these are all going to go behind as well. Start with my large one. This is just going to go right up the side here. And then this one overlaps it a little bit. And then this one's kind of in the corner. Like that. And then finally the lemonade, and these all go behind as well. So these are just going to get regular adhesive on them. One's going to go up in the corner. And one's going to kind of be down here hanging out. And then this one will overlap a little bit. Okay, I'm going to start doing my little photo kind of corners here with all their embellishments on it. I want a 4x4 photo mat. I'm going to need a total of 3 of these with foam tape on them. So I'm just going to grab all of them and do that. This way they're all done at once. Putting a little bit on each side here. And then like we did last time, we'll go through and layer each with their fun little clusters that they have. And then our journaling square on this one is like the title square that we did on the last one. So we're going to add a little bit of the polka dot stencil to that just to give it a little depth so it's not so stark white.
They're loving this. So many comments about how pretty this layout is.
Oh, really? That's great to hear. I love it. This is one like the layers and layers. This isn't the typical type of, you know how I scrapbook, Karen. This is much more detailed than my typical scrapbooking, but I love to have a mix of this in my scrapbooks. This one is to me like so worth it to have these beautiful layouts. Like it's worth the time and effort for this end result, you know? Yeah. This is one that's like, okay, this is worth me putting that time and effort in to do the layering. Plus, it really taught me a lot. Stenciling isn't something that I normally do, except if it's something here that we're teaching. And I was like, why do I not do that more? It's so easy, you know?
Love stenciling. I think it's such a great way to add some personality.
Yeah, and I just didn't think of it. And so now I feel more comfortable doing it. And it was a lot easier than I thought. You know, it wasn't, you don't have to do it perfectly. It was a lot easier than I thought. So I really enjoyed it, and I can see myself doing it again in the future for sure. So we hope that as you do this workshop too, that maybe doing some of the layering of the things like the stamps and the die cut pieces and this, the color on the stamps and the stenciling and all that together, you see kind of what's possible when you do. Okay, so we'll go back up here and I want a sticker, the heart sticker. It's this one right up here in the right hand corner. And I'm going to just put some foam tape on each of the little top parts of the heart.
We're gonna see Christina speed up. Dinner just got here.
Oh boy. And that's it. And this, I think, is the end. That looks great to me. I'm good with how this looks, and let's move on. No, Karen, you're up. I'm going to use my anti-static pouch to take the adhesive off of that sticker, which is so nice because you can make stickers more like die cuts. It's just an easy little trick to make your sticker a die cut, is just use that anti-static pouch on the back. So this goes about here. And then in my heart is what goes over it. So I'm just going to attach that. It goes off to the side. It's a little bit onto that yellow background. And there's in my heart. Now for this one over here, we're going to grab the die cut sheet. We want that little banner like we used on the last one, so it's right next to that. And remember, I'm just going to put a little bit of adhesive on this so that it's easy for me to take off and attach my photo. And then we have a gold heart sticker that's going to go in the center of that. And it's one of these smaller gold hearts. So there's one right here down by the word love. I love the gold foil in this. Now down here we want our word believe that we stamped in advance. So I'm just going to put a little adhesive on that just so it's easy for me to take off. I love that the words and the fun little banners and pieces are going right over your photos on this too. Just looks so fun. And then I want from my die cut black, I want this piece down here. It almost looks like a little file folder tab. And that's going to have love you on it. I'm just going to kind of center it on there. Now we have a couple pieces left for this. This one, the patterned one, is going to go down and get centered on this. And then love you is going to just kind of go up against that. And then I'm going to move this out of the way for a second to bring in this little white square that's left for journaling. And I want my dots and my glacier ink again. And we're going to do that same thing. There's going to be some dots on the upper left-hand corner and the bottom right-hand corner. So remember, this is just a little light section of dots here, just to add some visual interest to this box so it's not just a white box. Down here as well. That's plenty. Just going to use my chamois to wipe this off. And we're done with that. Bring this back in. And then I'm going to go ahead and move my layout for a minute. Oops. Popped it on lightly so that it wouldn't interfere with my putting my picture on, but I guess a little too lightly. And now I'm going to take this and I'm going to draw some lines. So this is going to be a journaling spot. And I'm going to put, first of all, the zip strip on top. The darker edge goes to the left-hand side. The yellow goes to the right. And I like to use my Versamat to help me to get my journaling lines on. So I use my Versamat and a ruler. And you can make these as close or as far apart as you want. And I'm just going to use also this black journaling pen. And you tend to know how large your writing is or how much you like to write. If you don't want to add these on yet, if you wanted to wait and do it when you know what you're going to journal, you could do that. But I wanted to at least show you how to make the journaling lines. And so to help you keep them pretty even, you can use a ruler right on your Versamat. You can do as many as you want here. I'm going to leave some space at the bottom because on ours, there's going to be 3 cute little hearts that go across there. So from my die cut sheet, we'll go over here, and there's hearts that have an inside and an outside. There's one right down here at the bottom, so under the V in lovely. And I only want the outside. So I'm just popping out the center. There's another one above the V in lovely. And then let's see, there's another one right up here at the top center. I'll keep those center pieces because who doesn't want perfect little hearts? Use on something else. And then I'm going to attach these to the bottom of my journaling box. Just a cute, fun little accent. And then I'm going to put regular adhesive on the back of this. Grab that piece, pull it back in. I'm going to finish this out. This gets centered here. And then from our sticker sheet, we want another heart. It's the same size as that one. So there's one right here to the left of the gold butterfly. And then we have living in the moment. And it's just going to go here. I'm going to use a little foam tape on mine. And attach this. And do my accessories. This one goes here, and it goes out over the edge between the yellow and the black. And now I'm going to grab my 2 little sheets, move this up a little bit, and my black marker. We'll just kind of go around what I need. I need a, let's see, is that a medium or a large? I think it's a medium. Yep, a medium heart. I'll color one of those. Medium heart. I'm using that light pink color. And then I need 2 of the tiniest ones. I'll use a tiny and another medium. I guess I could just use another color. So 2 tinies. We'll use that one, and then I'll switch over here and use this one. Boy, they don't look that great when I'm coloring them on this sheet, but they come off nice, and that's the important thing. You don't need to stay in the lines on the sheet. There's another tiny one up there. I don't want to miss any, because they are a fun little accent. And then one more tiny one. I think I'll come over here and grab one of these. We'll place these ones. So we'll start with the medium black. And it's going to go up here, kind of to the left of this little flower. Now we've got some small ones. I do sometimes. One just went flying. And then one down here. Otherwise, though, they just get stuck to my chubby fingers forever.
Well, I don't do them with my finger either because the same, but I do them with what's it called? The piercing tool
Oh,
that
yeah.
I can slide underneath.
That
But
could work for sure.
I've tried the tweezers too, and same as the scissors, I just fling them all over the place.
I need one more. One did go flying on me.
Also, when I first made the layout, when I was looking in the guide, the little black thing with the gold heart on it up in the right corner.
Yep.
I thought that it was a black thing with the heart cut out of it.
Oh,
And
so you were
I
looking,
searched and searched.
It's like, is it a sticker? Is it a die cut? Where is it?
Yeah, I finally realized that was a gold sticker on top.
Okay, so that is the right side of layout 1. And now we're going to stay right here on this feed, but just take a couple minutes as Karen comes up and gets ready to do layouts 2 and 3 with you.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Karen. I'm the voice you've been hearing the whole time behind the microphone, and I'll be doing layouts 2 and 3 with you today. So without further ado, let's get started. This is layout 2. These are our sample pages that you see in your guide, beautifully done with all of the flowers going across both sides of the layout. As Christina mentioned at the beginning, if you were here, you caught that. If you weren't, just to let you know, we have decided to do it just a little bit less in interest of time. And for those of you who maybe struggled with fussy cutting so many flowers, if you just don't love fussy cutting or maybe have problems with your hands. So we have these here for you to see, and I'll have it next to me while I'm building. And then also you'll see how I'm going to adapt it just a little bit with a few less flowers. And you can choose how you want to do it. Christina did stamp all the flowers with you at the beginning, and so you have them stamped, just not cut out. And I also wanted to show you really quickly my layout. I did the same thing as what you see on there. I did not sponge the edges in black, which was the other thing that Christina announced at the very beginning that we would be leaving out as we created together today, because we would have been sponging for a long, long time. And we just thought that it would be more fun for you not to sit and watch us sponge for a long time all at once, but you are welcome to sponge your edges if you would like to. A lot of this layout has black on it already, so there's not as much that you would be sponging, but you would be sponging your zip strip and the edges of the pages and this top paper, a few things you would be sponging. So if you want to do that, you certainly can. Okay, I'm going to move mine out of the way and bring our sample one back in. We are going to start with the left page, which is the one that says perfect day. And Christina left me in such a good situation here. I think all I have to do is grab some papers for our base pages, which are the ones that have the stripes. One second, I'll tell you. They're the ones that have the little stripes. Looking for that in my stack here. The back side of them are the splatters, the paint splatters. Here we go. They look like this. So you have they almost look like, to me, do you remember back in the old days when they said this is a message from the National Broadcasting System or whatever? Yes, that's what it reminds me of. The backside are these little splatters. And we're just going to cut off these zip strips so that we can use these as our base pages. So many cute zip strips in this package, as well as beautiful papers. So it's nice to have those when we cut these off. I don't know about you guys, I always keep them and keep them handy because they might just go perfectly on something else that I'm making. They're great borders on scrapbook pages. They're great little additions on cards. They're great for washi tape. I think ones like this one are cute to stamp words and things on and use them as accents. So there's a million ways you can use washi tape. Okay, got those cut off, and I think we're ready to get started. So we're going to start with our left page, as I mentioned before, and we want to turn it so that the red side or rosy side is on the left, and that helps us get going. And we're going to start by grabbing all of the pages, the pieces we needed, for our left side. I've got all these flowers here, so I'm just going to move those out of the way. And we're going to start here at the bottom of the page. We're going to start with our zip strip and some adhesive and add that just right along the bottom edge of the page. Very cute little hearts. And right above this zip strip full of hearts, we are going to grab, do you remember at the beginning, if you were here, when Christina cut these little black strips and didn't label them? Here's where I show that I can do it without a label. We want the skinnier one, the 1/8 inch wide one. We're going to use the thicker one at the top of the page. So get your really skinny little guy, and we're going to add some adhesive, and it's going to go right above the hearts.
And this is exactly why I love having this all-purpose mat underneath me when I work, because obviously my adhesive was wider than my strip here. And so once I picked this up, I could just go like this, and I don't have to worry about having my work space be all sticky from that at all. Okay, so I've got that added. Then we're also going to take the wider strip. It's a 1/4 inch wide, and it's going to go right even with the top edge of the page. Again, I'm just doing this right on my all-purpose mat so that that adhesive just wipes right off. Excuse the top of my head, but I need to put it in here to see what I'm doing. Let's hope my color is in a good place right now, so you don't have to see right here. Okay, next we're going to add this strip of colored paper that we cut. It's gorgeous, and we're going to make sure that we have the reddish pink color here over lined up, and you're going to notice that as it goes across, it really is a kind of a color blocked pattern on this skinny stripe and on this wider stripe of paper, and so that's a really fun look. That's just going to go right above that little skinny strip that Christina didn't label. I'll never let you forget. Okay, I'm just kidding. I think I figured it out where it went. Okay, then we've got all of those added now, and then we're going to get our photo mats, which are these black ones right here. And they're going to go on next. We also need some photo placeholders, which I will grab 3 that are 4x4s. They should be in your kit too. And that's something that I should probably clarify. I had a question when I was doing comments while Christina was teaching, and someone was asking why they didn't have the yellow and black paper, the lemonade and black paper. And it was because they ordered the product bundle. So the product bundle had one of everything that was in the collection. If you bought the workshop bundle, you would have gotten the exact cardstocks you needed in your workshop. So if you don't, you could just find a color maybe you do have that would work. Okay, I'm going to just go ahead and add these photos to the photo mats, and they're on with foam tape. And I'm going to show you a little trick so that you can still slide your photos underneath, even though they're going to overlap a little bit. And I'm being conservative on foam tape today. Usually I would cover the whole back of this, but I've already made this layout, so this one's not for me. So whoever gets it probably will be just fine with foam tape in the corners. I'm that crazy girl that likes to cover the whole back. There we go. And I think this is a fun detail too. I love it when I am making someone else's designs and some little detail that, like we were saying earlier, probably to them is not a big deal. They think everyone thinks of it, stands out to me, and I love it. I feel like a lot of times we pop up the mat and not the photo, but this workshop does a lot of popping up the photo and not the mat.
Yes, I like that change.
Yeah.
I just think it's nice to have a mixture because normally I do have the whole mat popped up. So I thought it was neat how they looked on this, layout with just the photo really kind of jumping off.
I agree. We have one artist in the art studio that this is her go-to as well. She loves the photo popped and not the mat. And I've asked her about it before, and she said, I just feel like it makes the photo stand out even more when it's the thing that's popped. And I think all of our brains work so differently creatively, and things like that are just such a fun little detail to think about when it's not something you normally do on your own. Okay, I've about got all of my photos on my photo mat here. If you have your photos printed, then you can be doing this with your photos. Now, there's some overlapping going on here, so we're going to want to be careful not to put adhesive where the overlap is going to happen. And you can position these however you want. The way that our sample has it, the center one has nothing over the top of it. These two outside ones are the things that tuck underneath the center photo. Does that make sense? So I'm going to add those two outside ones first, and you can angle them or make them straight, however you want to do. You want it to come down about a half of an inch onto the rainbow wider watercolor stripes. And of course, it's when I say about, it's because obviously they're a little bit angled. So there'll be some parts that are higher than a half inch and some a little lower. But you get the idea, right? That'll help you know where you want to place them. Now I'm just going to make sure I only put adhesive through the middle, all the way to the top and bottom. And then that way, whoever does get this layout will be able to just slide their photos right underneath. Right there. And then you can always add later the adhesive to overlap it if you want to. Okay, we also mentioned we weren't going to be adding all the flowers to this layout. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the ones that Christina cut out for me, and I'm going to talk for just a second. I'm going to grab the other page too. So as I'm trying to decide where I want these flowers to go, to me, this is going to help me decide right here. This page has the main photo on it, this right side. And so I want to do something to even bring the eye more to that main photo. Not that we don't want to look at these 4x4 photos, but when you look at this as a 2-page spread, this is where you look first, right? In fact, the photo that has the most color and everything is right there. And so I'm going to kind of frame that a little bit when I get to the right page, which is also going to help me know where I want to put my flowers over here. And I think I want to put them in the center over here too, so that we're accenting the center of both pages. This main part of this title is centered. So that's going to bring the eye right where the title is, if we put them both in the center area with the flowers. And so now that we've talked about that a little bit, let's play with some of these flowers that Christina has for me. Now you're going to notice if you are doing all of your flowers like you see on the sample here, that it is lined up by color. So we've got like the flamingo ones here, and then the ballerina, and then so it's moving with the color on the page. Because we're doing it in the center, I'm going to just mix up some of the colors a little bit so that it just feels like a rainbow of color. We also are going to want a couple of flowers for down here by our title. So I'm going to save a few. I'm going to keep playing for a second here and decide where I want them all. You could do the same, or you can, once I get mine laid out, if you are like, I kind of like that, then you can just do what I did. And then I think down here, I'll do 1 large and 2 smalls so that I have a little more of the large up at top to give it a little more weight. So I'm liking how that's looking. I like how it's framing that center photo. We're going to have the title right down here. So I'm ready to add some adhesive here. And I am going to put foam tape on a couple of them. I am a lover of foam tape. In fact, people joke that when we run out and it's unavailable for a week or so, that it's all my fault that I used it all. It might be true. I don't know.
So many people are loving this layout.
It is so pretty and colorful, isn't it?
Thanks for explaining and kind of walking us through how you're choosing to do the flowers on this too. It's just nice to have an option.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that there's never just one way to do something creatively. I think there are always lots of ways to do something creatively. In fact, years and years ago, when I was a maker, I had a local artist come talk at a meeting that I did with all of my downline. And I wanted her to come teach a little bit about color theory and balance and all of the things that are part of art. And she came and brought a bunch of her paintings and showed everyone. That's kind of how it started out. And then she said, what do you notice about these paintings? And she said, what do they all have in common? And I could tell my team was like, I don't know. They all look different. And she said, the thing that they have in common is that I don't follow the rules. And I kind of thought that was really cool because she said, for me, art is about freedom of expression and choosing what feels good to me and what makes me happy. And sometimes that means not following all the art rules, you know? So that was fun. And she did teach color theory and a few things like that to my downline, but she also let them have permission to do things the way they want. Okay, somewhere hiding around here, we got die cuts. Upper left hand corner. Oh, yep, thank you. Okay, we're going to grab our die cut sheet now, our black die cut sheet. And then the upper left hand corner here, you see kind of like a scribbly circle. It's this guy. We need that. We're going to just punch that out. Be careful because there's still a heart in the center of that. So when you take out the middle of this, you won't want to throw it away so that you have that heart for later. And that's going to come over here. We've got all these other flowers we'll add to it. Then we also need the word that says day, which is down here in the center of the bottom. And then we need, there are 3 dragonflies kind of in the center area. We need the medium-sized dragonfly. I think these dragonflies with their squared off wings are so cute. And there's so many little details on this die cut sheet. Like, for instance, as we pop out this dragonfly, I'm trying to be so careful here. Notice those tiny little punched out circles on his wings. It's amazing how much detail we can get with these laser cut things. Okay, then we want a few of the leaves. So we've got 3 on the sheet, 2 at the top and 1 at the bottom. We're going to grab 2. So I'm just going to grab the ones at the very top. And these even have details. I don't know if you can see it kind of shining through on camera, but the centers are, I guess the veins are cutouts, just teensy tiny little cutouts. Okay, we're going to do a little tucking here. So I'm going to start with this one, and I'm going to just adapt a little bit so that it can feel like the original, but only with these limited flowers. So I'm going to tuck that kind of over here to the left side. And it's gonna, the way these are positioned really does help balance this page, and I'll explain that as we kind of add them all. So I've got that added. I'm gonna add my little dragonfly up here to the center, kind of in the flowers a little bit. And then we're gonna come down here, and I'm gonna tell you where this guy goes. We're gonna take our scribble circle and add some adhesive. And then if you look where your stripes are, it's going to kind of straddle. Okay, it goes from this brighter pinky red to more pink, and then like a little light stripe, and then more of a peachy color. Can you see what's happening right there? We want to go almost like that light stripe in the middle is just slightly off center to the left. Does that make sense? And we're going to go down from our photos approximately 3/4 of an inch to an inch. It's sort of centered between the bottom of the photo and the top of that little black strip that Christina didn't label. Told you I'm not letting you forget. Okay, so we've got that happening. Now we're going to work on these flowers. And I don't know if you can tell, but these have some dimension to them. There's some foam tape behind them, but also they've been curled just a little bit. So I'm just going to take my piercing tool and kind of curl them around it a little bit. Maybe I should do this on the close-up camera. I'm just going to take this and kind of wrap it around a little bit. Can you see the curl that's happening there? And then I can put some foam tape right underneath that curl, and it will look dimensional even when it goes in the book, in your book, and the weight of other pages is on it. So I'm just curling each of those leaves a little bit on my larger flower. You see how that lifts off my hand a little bit? Isn't that cute to have that just a little bit of dimension there? Okay, so we're going to add some foam tape right behind where the curve of that is, and it will help it hold its shape. Okay, this is going to go, well, let's play with it for a minute and decide where it's going to go. I think I'm going to put, yeah, like this. This is what I'm going to do right here. Okay, so I'm going to put that right kind of in the middle at the bottom. Let there be a smaller flower on either side. You could do the large one. Let me just give you some options here. The large one a little bit further in, and these guys like this. This is cute, but I would definitely overlap those if you do that to help it feel like one big thing. I'm going to do mine like this. And I'm not going to put these on foam tape because we're going to have some things overlapping a little bit. Also, we're going to be tucking, as you can see, this leaf under over here. So maybe just lightly push down and put your adhesive right in the center here so that it'll be easy to get that leaf underneath. Okay. So that looks about like that. Then I am going to take the leaf next. I guess the sprig. It's not just a leaf. And I'm going to tuck that under there so that it's just coming out from underneath. Very cute. Now we've got the word perfect. And here's what we're going to do. This is a trick I learned from someone who used to work here in Jill. It's a great trick. And we want our ruler. And what we're going to do is lift the bottoms of these letters on the sticker sheet, but not lift them all the way off, just enough so I can slide this ruler underneath them. And maybe I should come over to the close-up camera for this too. Okay, I'm going to come over here where you can see. So I've lifted those up. And if you're using our Close to My Heart ruler or T ruler, you'll notice it has a grid. I love those little lines on the grid. I'm just going to slide this under the bottom of those letters. And line them up with the first grid. Boy, they don't want to line up. They don't want to stick. They want to come right up. So I guess I'll do it one letter at a time. Either way, you are lining them up so that you're getting them straight on your ruler, okay? And I don't want to put them too far down on my ruler because then I will have a hard time lifting the ruler out. And you also don't want to push too hard where they're attached because then they also will have a hard time coming out. So I'm just going to keep adding these. And this makes it so that you're not worried about getting them straight on your page. Normally I would just slide that right under there, but I was having a hard time today. I think because it's in the middle of the sheet. Okay, last one is the P. Okay, so you can see how perfectly, how about that, perfectly, they are lined up on there with that top little grid. And now I can come over here onto my layout. And we want the P to overlap onto our circle here. The perfect is centered kind of between the bottom of your middle mat and the top of this little black strip. So all I'm going to do is make sure that looks good. I'm going to press down on the top here so that the tops of them are stuck. And then I can easily lift out my ruler and it's awesome and straight. So if that's perfect, this one's a little bit crooked. There we go. And then I'm going to add some adhesive to the word day that we pulled out. And that's going to overlap the D onto the T so it feels like it's one continuous title there. Now that that's down, we can even take our ruler and kind of make sure it's pushed down nice and tight. Okay, so we've got all of our title done, all of this done at the top. We just need a few stickers and embellishments and we'll have our left page done. So let's grab our sticker sheet. We need, if you're looking at your sheet like I am, there is a ballerina heart right down here underneath that stripy heart. And grab that, and it's going to come over here kind of by the leaf that we did, and I'm making sure that it's going on the pink area so that we can stay sort of color blocked with our stickers. Then we also need the green one that's down here near the bottom as well. It's actually glacier. It just looks green on here because the lagoon doesn't feel as green. I'm going to put that over here on the blue area. And let's see if I have any more stickers I need to get. Oh, we have a few down here at the bottom. So there's one that looks like kind of like a burst that is just to the left of the circle that says never forget. We want that one. It's kind of that reddish pink color. And it's going to go right on that same color area on our page. Then we also need one that looks kind of peachy pink. Let's see if I can find where he's hiding. This one right here next to the ampersand. And that's going to go over on this side, again, overlapping onto the same color that it is. And then we also have a sticker that goes right up here that is the heart down here at the bottom that has that cute nectarine color, almost stripe, and then the bottom of it is gold. That's going to come right here and overlap onto that photo just a little bit. And that takes care of our stickers. Now we need to color a few hearts. So I'm going to grab the hearts and our True Black alcohol marker. And we need a large, just going to go through the page. We need 2 larges. So I'll just color 2 larges here in the center. Oh, those were mediums. I meant large. I said large and colored medium. So we're doing mediums, at least I am. And then I also need 2 of the small ones. So I'll just come over here to the brighter pink. I think that's all that we need to color for this page. You know what? I'm just going to color the ones for the other side too, so that they'll be plenty dry. Okay, we do need a large one for this other side. This time when I say large, I'm going to actually color large. Do what I say and not what I do. Then we need another small. Let me grab another sheet over here. And a small, and it looks like that's it for this side that needs to be colored black. Okay. So keep those handy because we'll use them on both sides. And this is how I take these off because I'm not as coordinated as Christina with the scissors. So I'm going to start with one that I colored that's medium, but hopefully you listened and didn't watch. It doesn't matter. Just not a tiny one because we need a tiny one right next to it. So those are going to go together right there. And then we're going to come up here to the top and we're going to put a tiny one next to this glacier colored heart sticker that we added. And then we need the one of the larger ones. And it would have gone right in here if you had gone all the way across. So all I'm going to do is come over here and kind of put it so that I've got one on either side. And then here I have 2, so it feels like a little triangle. That's called a visual triangle in art, and it helps your eye move through an area. So we've got that happening. Now we need a few that are pink as well. So we're going to grab our sheet here, and we need a medium size of the medium pink. And that goes just kind of right there next to the pink heart sticker. Then we need a little tiny baby pink one of the hot pink, the darkest pink, I mean. And it goes over here next to this burst on the far left side. Let's see if I caught them all. Yep, that's it. We're right. Oh no, there's one more. One of the largest of the lightest pink. that is going to go right up here, kind of in between our leaf and our scribble circle, right there. So we've kind of created a visual triangle here too with this group of embellishments, this little embellishment, and this heart. And you might be surprised if you've never heard of a visual triangle before. A visual triangle can be formed with embellishments, with a color, with a shape, all kinds of things. And as we create today, and even when you look at layouts that you love, I bet you can start to recognize some of those visual triangles. So we are done with our left side, and we're going to move to the right side now. And we need that second base page we created. This time the pink and red side is going to go over on the right side. And we'll start by adding that heart zip strip at the very bottom. It's amazing how quickly it goes once we start building the pages, right? Christina did all the prep work with you, and now the pages just go together so quickly because all that was all done. I love doing that all at the beginning because then by the time I start getting tired, I'm to the part where it's really fun and fast. Okay, now we want the skinny little black strip. That's going to go right above the hearts. All right, we're going to go up to the top now with the wider black strip. And that's going to go right up against the edge of the top. I like to kind of inch my way across. Let's see if I can do this without putting my head over the top of it. Because even though this is a straight piece of paper, because it's thin, it wants to wiggle when you put it on. So if I just do a little at a time and work my way across, then it actually is right on the edge of the page all the way across. Okay, then we need our piece that is the stripy piece. And this time we're turning it this direction so that we're still lined up with our color blocks. And so you can see that when we put these together, it makes its way across from the reds and pinks to the oranges and yellows, the green blues, and then that periwinkle color, and then it goes back again. So it's like one continuous prism of rainbow. This is going to go right above the skinny strip at the bottom. The rosy pink color over here on the right side. Thank you. Sorry, I missed that I was lopsided here. All right, so this is what we got so far. And we are ready to grab our photo mats. So you have two that are just, I think, 4 1/4 by 4 1/4. And then you have one that is 4 1/4 by 6 1/4. And just like the other side, we're going to put these two outside ones on first and this one on the middle so that both of the outsides are tucked underneath. So we want to grab our photo placeholders. We need two 4 by 4s and a 4 by 6, unless you have your photos printed. And if you do, yay you. And we're going to add the photos or photo placeholders with some foam tape. I use thick on the other one. Yes. And these will go on the photo mats, and then we can put them on our page. And really, we're just kind of doing exactly what we did on the other page with positioning. Sometimes it's faster to cover the whole back, I think, than to cut all these little pieces. You guys should tell us in the comments, and then Christina can read some of the answers, what you are planning to put on these pages. My pages, I didn't talk about what was on them. The pages that I showed you of mine, we had an event here in March at the home office for our founders. Founder is the highest title that you can earn at Close to My Heart. And we had our founders come in, and we had a really wonderful couple of days with them. And my photos for this layout were of them. But my other layouts in this collection, I actually did have a goal this year of scrapbooking a lot of old photos. My daughter is 38, and I think some of these photos that I scrapbooked of her are when she was like 2. And I'm pretty good about scrapbooking current stuff, but there are a lot of old things that I haven't done. And while I'm getting these put on, I'll just give you a couple of tips. A lot of times old photos are not the greatest photos. We all know that, right? Like, we were shooting in camera with film inside. We didn't always know if we were at the end of the roll, which would mess up that last photo. We didn't know how great the lighting looked. Boy, we're so spoiled to be able to just look in our phones or digital cameras and see if we need to lighten things a little bit. Or anyway, so I had a lot of really bad photos, and I wasn't motivated to scrapbook them for a long time. But I have learned that if you take pictures of your photos with your phone, I just am really careful to line them up right on my phone and adjust the lighting. You guys probably all know that. You can do that, right? You just tap where you want the focus to be on the photo, and then you'll see a little sun appear, and you can move that sun up or down for more or less light. And then I do a little editing on my phone to sharpen the image and all of that. And I'm amazed at how good some of these pictures are. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but this picture, all of these, this one's still pretty bad, but these pictures were all so bad. And when you look at them now, I feel like they are, they look great, almost like a picture I would take today. And they were all taken in 1989. So there's a little tip for you on scrapbooking. And I loved that these were just random photos from June of 1989, but they looked great on these pages. So go back and scrapbook those photos that are just not as fun to scrapbook because maybe they don't feel like the same quality of photos, but you can make them feel that way. Okay, we're just adding our photos here. We're going to add the 2 outside ones, and remember they're about a 1/2 inch down from the top of this strip right here and angled slightly. And then this center one, I just added adhesive in the middle so that I could overlap these photos and not have to worry about not being able to slide that underneath there. So this is what we have so far. I think we are ready to do some embellishing. So there are some strips you cut that are for journaling. I think it's easiest if we add those first, just because things are built around them. But I also want to talk to you about that. If you don't want to put them down very like with tons of adhesive, that way you could, depends on how you want to do your journaling. If you want to do your journaling where it's handwritten, even then I probably wouldn't glue them down too much, because what if you only need 2 of these, you know? That would never be the case for me. I would need more than 2. I would need like 5 or 6. But because I am very wordy in my journaling, but some people don't use as many words when they journal, and so I don't know what you'll need. You can go ahead and just glue these onto these black strips, the white ones onto the black ones, but then the black ones maybe just tacked down loosely on the page. And then that way you can adjust. And maybe the third one you only want half that size as you finish up, you know? As you finish up those journaling words, it might not go all the way to the end of the 3rd strip. Okay, then you can kind of position these underneath the middle photo centered. I love to make mine go like this, where it's not all lined up straight, kind of back and forth. So you position them however you want to. Put this top one kind of centered, a little further down. And I need that rub and remove. There we go, because I got a little adhesive where I didn't want it. Isn't that cute on top of those stripes? I think it makes those colors in the stripes just really stand out with this black against it. Okay, so we've got those added. Just taking off the adhesive that kind of transferred on there. And now we're ready to embellish. So let's start with our flowers like we did last time. And like I said, I'm going to concentrate mine right around here. And then you can decide how you want yours to look too. I just need to find the ones that go to this half of the page. I know I put them somewhere. Here they are. Okay. So on this one, the flowers are just at the top of the page. So we can just play a little bit with where we want them to go. I'm going to just slightly tuck a few here and there. I like how that looks. It's up to you if you want to cut out more and go all the way across like our sample, or if you want to just kind of concentrate around the center photo. All totally up to you. Just making sure that the part I'm putting over the photo doesn't have adhesive on it so that the photo can slide right under. We'll add these little flowers. Okay, now we're ready to add some die cuts. So let's grab our die cut sheet. And remember, we had one sprig left at the bottom. We're going to need that. And we're also going to need the other two dragonflies. They're kind of in the center near the top here, a large one and a small one. We use the medium on the other side. I'm just carefully punching these out so I don't tear anything. Okay, those are the ones we need. Let's start with our sprig here. Add some adhesive. And on our page here, it goes all the way over. I'm just going to kind of tuck it with these guys. So depending on what you've decided to do with your flowers, you can adjust accordingly. Then we've got the little dragonfly that also goes on this side, and I'm going to put mine right over there to kind of balance that, because we're also going to have one right here, and we're going to form another visual triangle by doing that. Now you can see there's one here too, but we need to add a few stickers before this one can get added. So grab your sticker sheet. We're going to start with this large striped heart and add some foam tape to that. And Christina was showing you how to use the anti-static pouch, which was actually developed for embossing, but it's great to take the sticky off of stickers. So if you're using foam tape like me, put your foam tape on first, And then take your anti-static pouch and pounce that on the back to over the parts that are not covered with foam tape. And that way, when you pull off the backing, the foam tape's still sticky. If you do that to the sticker before you add the foam tape, which sometimes I forget and do that, it's just not as sticky for the foam tape to stick to that sticker. And we're going to add this heart just right here with our journaling. Have adhesive on my fingers. All right, then we need our large dragonfly, and that's going to go right on top of this heart. Very cute. All right, we're ready to add the rest of our stickers that we need on this page. So grab your sticker sheet and we'll start. I think I'll just make a counterclockwise circle here. So let's start with this sticker here. It's just underneath the dragonfly sticker. It's kind of an orange, pinky orange heart. And it's going to come over here and go, I'm going to put mine right there. If you're doing the flowers all the way across, you can see where it is right there. Then we need to get our word that says laugh often, which is, oh, it's a sticker. Awesome. And that's going to go right here, almost like it's a file tab, and it's going to fill this space a little bit between our flowers. And then there's also a gold heart. So if you come down here, oh, I'm off camera, right there below those brackets, you'll see the gold heart. And that's going to go right there next to laugh often. We're going to keep making our way around. Right over here, we need the heart that's at the bottom here that's kind of the periwinkle color. And I'm just going to put it right there underneath my dragonfly. Okay, we're going to keep making our way around. We've already got our heart sticker added. Just over here on this lagoonish area, we're going to go back and there's another burst that's that blue color. It's going to go right there, just kind of on that same area of color. And we're going to keep moving across. Right here on this stripe that is our Sundance color, we're going to grab another one of the bursts. It's right up here, just by this kind of watercolor heart to the bottom of it on the right. And that's going to go right here, kind of slightly tucked under our center photo. Peeking out a little bit. And then at the top of the page, right under Rise and Shine, there's one that's more of that pinkish color. It's kind of, gosh, it reminds me of peachy, I guess, like a canning peaches color. And that's going to go right over here so that it's also on top of the colors that it has in it. And then right down here at the bottom, we need to find another burst, but it's little and it's pink. It's right up here. And that little burst is going right there to the right and the bottom of the journaling area. Now we're ready to add our, oh, nope, we got two more. Right here in the center, we have a lemonade heart. That is right here on our sheet. That's going to overlap slightly onto that photo. And I'm just going to push where the heart isn't overlapping the photo. And then we're going to come over here and we need the one that's got the gold at the bottom and two shades of pink striped on there. And that one's going to go on this photo overlapped, and I'm going to do the same thing, just push right there on the bottom. Okay, now we are ready to add our embellishments. So let's go back and grab the ones we've colored and not colored. And we're going to start with the large one that's black, and it's going to go right over here by the dragonfly and by that blue burst. Then we also have a little one that we colored black, and we're going to get that one, and it's going to go just right there next to the top of the dragonfly. Now we're ready to add some colored ones. We're going to come over here by this heart that we did that was pink, and we're going to grab one of the large, darkest pink ones. It's going to go right there. And it looks like we're out of baby pink ones, so let's just grab a baby pink dot. And it's going to go right there, and we just formed a visual triangle of the same color. Can you see that color is being mimicked in 3 there? Then we're going to go to the top of the page, and we need a medium of the dark pink hearts. And it's just going to kind of come over here next to that sprig and a little bit more to the right and above that sticker heart. And we also have the lightest pink, one of the smallest parts, and it looks like I'm out of those, so I'm just going to grab one of the dots, smallest dots. And you can see it's next to this peachy heart, which I added this next to, so I think I'm just going to add mine right up there at the top of my flower in that same color area, so that we're keeping our stickers and embellishments more the same color as the page. And unless I missed anything, I think that takes care of layout 2. That was speedy. And hopefully you guys all love that layout.
Everyone loves that layout. Some of the ideas, someone said they do a lot of putt-putt golf, and they might
Cute.
put those pictures on. Someone else said it's their daughter's 50th birthday, and how fun would that be for like just a nice celebratory type layout, that
I
those
would
work
love
great
that.
for that. So lots of fun ideas. Someone said that they already did these pages and they're sitting right on their scrap table and they're just waiting to think, what pictures do I want to put on there?
Oh, that's fun. I love the idea of birthday photos because birthdays quite often have those exact colors, Okay, so this is the layout that I created, and I mentioned those older photos. And I love that some of these colors that are in my photos are right on this page. And one of the things I love about this layout, this 2-page layout, is that all the colors are incorporated in here. So really, almost any photos would work on this. And same was true of that last one. But I even think it's more true of this one because there's a little less black and a lot more color as far as subtle color. This is a little more bright. So I think that you can do almost anything that you want with photos on these. All right, I'm going to bring in the sample layout now that you've seen what I chose to put on mine. And this layout has quite a bit of stamping and some stenciling and all of the fun accessorizing with inks that we're going to be doing, with this workshop. And so we're going to want to grab a few stamp pads to have on hand. Let me tell you what you need. You need black for sure, whatever black you're using, intense or archival or regular black. Then you're also going to need your Sundance pad, the Lagoon pad, and I think that might be it. We're going to want a couple of blending brushes on this one too. We're going to use, I'm looking to make sure what colors. We're going to be doing some Sundance blending. So I need to find a blending brush. Oh, I see them. Yep. They're all to the side. So I'm going to use this yellow one because it'll work with the Sundance. If I were going into the lemonade, I probably would get a new brush or make sure it was all the way clean. And it looks like that's the only color we need for stenciling. For the stencils, Christina gave us that great tip of cutting them apart. We're going to use this leaf stencil. Nope, that doesn't work. Does this work? Yes, you can see the leaves. That one. Okay, we're going to want that one. And I'm going to double check and make sure that's the only one we need. Yep, I think so. So that stencil you'll want in your workspace. And the stamp that we need and what we're going to be starting out with is that same stamp we were using to color in so many of the flowers when Christina made them. So if you grab your stamp set, it's this one that has little lines in it and splatters up in the upper right hand corner. So I'm going to grab that and add it to a block. And Christina already stamped the title, the always title with you, and you guys cut those out. So that's done. We also have our flowers that we're leaving white this time cut out. So really the only stamping we need to do on this one is this kind of texture stamp. And what we need to do is grab our base page and a ruler. Just going to, that's not the base page. Oh, that's okay. We still want this one. Okay, we're going to, this piece that is 3A, I think. 3A? I think 3A. Anyway, it is 11.5 by 11.5. That's the important thing. And we're going to grab a pencil and a ruler. And we're going to draw ourselves a light guideline 2 inches from the bottom across the page. Mm-hmm.
This one, just because when I was making my own sample, I needed to get it right in my own head.
Mm-hmm.
Can you, did you, maybe you already said this, explain to them how to make sure their paper is going the right way? Because it does matter on that white daisy because it's not a square.
Good catch, Christina. Okay, so one side is, one direction is 11.5. The other is 11 3/4. We want the 11.5 to be the top and the bottom. And from side to side, we want it to be 11 3/4. And I'll show you why. I'm so glad you said that, Christina.
Yep.
So they meet in the center. So what that does with them being two different sizes in the two different directions, it lets them meet in the center and have a perfect 1/4 inch border all the way around. Almost like the centerpiece is one big long piece. So I hope that helps a little bit. And Christina saved me before I scared you wrong.
It just when I did mine, I know that I somehow did it right, and then after was like, oh my goodness, I didn't even check that. So I just was hoping to catch someone else before it happened.
I would have not thought twice about it, and I'd have been in a bad place if I had mine right on this page, but there's no guarantee it would have been the other page. Okay, so we're going to go up 2 inches and draw ourselves a light guideline. And then up here at the top, we're going to go 1 and it says in the instructions 2 inches, but it isn't actually. From the top of the white, it is 1.5. The bottom of the white is 2 inches. Okay, so we're going to go down 1.5. Just going to make myself a line across there. Okay, we're going to do the same thing on the other side. So I'm going to grab that other piece. Again, we want, thanks to Christina, we want to make sure we have it 11.5 tall, 11 3/4 wide. And we're going to draw those same guidelines, 2 inches from the bottom. And 1.5 from the top. And that's going to help us with our stamping. Okay, so we're going to now grab our stamp that we added to our block in our black pad. And what we're going to do is straddle the line. I'm actually going to straddle the bottom line where I have a little more down below the line than on the top. But on the top line, we're going to go 50/50. Does that make sense? That way it'll come out just right when we add our papers. So let's go to the bottom one. I don't know if you can see my line, but I'm going to push my fingernail against where the line is. And you can see that I'm not going to go quite halfway. I'm going to have a little more hanging down than I am above the line. And if you want yours to look like the sample, we want the side that has, let's see if I can show you on the close-up camera. If I show you on the close-up camera, can you see which part's pointing down? There's like a paint splatter right there and then a few straight lines coming down right there. It's the less straight edge. This one's a little bit more straight on the stripe across horizontally. This one's a little bit more jaggedy. And we want the jaggedy part to go down below the line on the bottom and then above the line at the top of the page. So let's go back over here and we're going to stamp our, And it's okay if you overlap it a little bit because you can see it's mostly covered by photos. So I'm going a little bit more than half of it down below the line. And I'm just going to go all the way across. If some are a little bit higher and some are a little lower, it actually is better. It doesn't look too perfect. And this whole thing is supposed to be very random looking. So can you see what I've created there just by using that line and using it kind of straddling the line? Now we're going to go up to the top, and the same part's going to be above the line that was below the line here. And this one we're pretty much doing exactly half. The line's going to cut the stamp in half. I found when I built mine that the bottom one I didn't have as much showing by straddling it exactly half. Okay, so I've got one of them done. We need to do the exact same thing to this other side. I'm just going to put the one that I already stamped over here so I can kind of make sure they're generally about the same above and below the line. I am doing some lower, some higher.
This was such a unique way to use this stamp.
Mm-hmm.
You know, coloring the flowers with it, that was unique, but then I thought this was really unique as well.
I agree, and I think it's such a fun look. It really frames the center line of all the photos with that bold black. Okay, so I've got mine stamped. Hopefully yours are stamped too. And one of these we can set aside to use on the right page when we get to it. Just going to put my stamp back so that it is back in the set and doesn't get forgotten. All right, we're going to start by putting the right page here, not the, there we go. That's the one we're starting with, this left side of the layout. And we need a black piece of cardstock for our base page. So you should have two of those still in your stack. We're going to use one on each side as the base. And we're going to add this to that base page, and we're going to do the right edges are going to line up together so that you have a 1/4 inch border. I'm going to actually not do it on the Versamat so that you can see. So that you have a 1/4 inch border all the way around your page except for on the right side. That makes sense? You can kind of see how that looks? Okay. All right, now I found when I built mine, it was way easier for me to lay everything out on here before I started adhering it down, because you can see there's not a perfect line. Everything is kind of up and down. Some of them meet, some of them overlap. And so really it's going to be how you want it to look, but I will help you with how it looks on here, okay? So we're going to start with our Sundance one. It's going to go over here and it's going to line up just above where we made our guideline. You don't need to erase your guideline. You'll never see it again in all of this, and mostly it's going to be covered anyway. Then we're going to take our Glacier one, which is the lighter of the two blues, and it's going to go about a 1/4 inch lower and overlapping about a 1/4 inch, but I'm not gluing it. Now I want to grab one of the larger black squares, and it's going to line up with the right side of the page, and it's going to go a little bit higher. So it kind of goes high, low, high, and this is slightly higher than this, okay? So that's what I've got so far. Now I'm going to move to the second row, and this time I'm going to start over on the right side. This lagoon piece slide slightly under the black one. And actually, I'm going to just line mine right up. Everything down slightly. There we go. Okay, then after this one, we need this periwinkle one. And you can see if I put it right underneath this glacier one, it's going to make it slightly lower than this lagoon one, which is good. That's what I want it to be. Then I'm going to take the other large black square, and it's going to come up and it's going to overlap the corner of that glacier one and line up with the bottom of the Sundance one. So this is what it should look like right now. And now that I've got them all on there, about like I want them to be, here's what I'm going to do to make sure that they stay right where I want them. I'm going to start lifting up the corners here and adding a little bit of adhesive right underneath there so that I can make sure they stay right where I have them without much movement. You can also take a picture with your camera, and that's another way to make sure you put everything right back where it started. And this guy slides under the glacier one a little bit and lines up with the edge of the white and is a little higher than the glacier. If you remember, we talked that through. Okay, so I've got my top row. Now I'm going to come down to my bottom row. Now that I've done that, I can add a little more adhesive under that guy. Okay, this one I can just lift up because I know exactly where I want it now. That's the end of that adhesive. Let's see if we've got some more up here somewhere. Oh, I see some. Top row is going to help me know exactly where to put all of these. This one's going to overlap over the top of the periwinkle and over the top of the glacier a little bit. And so that it looks about like this. Now we've got a few more layers to add. We have a white piece that we're going to do some stenciling and stamping on, so set that over to the side. But we also have some more black pieces. So one is going to go right in the center of there. One is going in the center of here. And one in the center of there. And you can see that they're slightly offset, these two that are next to each other. So you can choose how you want them to look. I'm going to add some adhesive behind, some foam tape behind these. You can see the photos on this are much different than the photos that are on my layout, and they all look great. These more bright colors, and mine were more pastels on mine, and they all look really good. Okay, this one is leaving a little bit more space at the bottom than the top, and then it's pretty much centered between the two sides, if you want it to be just like the sample. Then this one next to it is more even at the top and the bottom and sides. The sides are skinnier, but it's pretty much centered, if that makes sense. Centered between the sides and centered between the top and the bottom. And then the same is true for this one here at the top. You can put them on foam tape if you'd like. I just did the one on foam tape. There we go. Okay, we need some photo placeholders. We need 2 4x4s and 3 3x3s. This layout also has lots of photos, which is awesome if you have an event where you took a lot of photos. This is a great layout to use for that. All right, so this is what we've got so far. This piece is the one that we're going to add some stamping and stenciling on. We also have a piece on the other side that we're going to do that too as well. So I'm just going to bring that in. We have a white piece for the other side, which is 3R, and they are the same size. Okay, so let's work on these for a second. Let's start out by stenciling. So we need our leaf stencil, and I'm going to do it right on the all-purpose mat. I think it'll be easier for you to see the stencil, and it will be catch all my inky overlap. And let's see if I can bring enough things all into the picture. So you're going to see that we're going to do the medium and the small leaves in the corners with Sundance ink. So I'm going to start with the more medium one over here in the bottom right corner, and my Sundance pad. And I am going to use my, I do this so you see everything, this as kind of my scratch paper. I'm just going to take my extra and rub it off so that it's not too dark on here. I'm just going to lightly, barely any pressure at all, stencil that onto there. And you can always hold your stencil in place and lift to see if it's as dark as you want it to be before you move it in case you need to add more. I'm happy with how dark mine is. So I'm also going to take the small one. I don't even think I'll need to re-ink. We'll see. And add that one right up here in the upper left corner. Yep, I'm happy with that. In fact, I might even add just a little more down here. Okay, so I've got the stenciling done on this piece that we need. Now over on the right side of the layout, we also have a white piece that we're going to do some stenciling on. This time we're going to take the small one, and it's going to go on the right side with the tip of the top of it near the top, like maybe just a 1/16 of an inch below the top, and straight up and down. Let me show you so you can see. Once I've got some ink on it, it'll be so much easier for you to see. Can you see how that is on there? Okay, so we've got that, and then we're going to turn it and do it on the bottom here where we've just got about half of it onto the square. So that it looks like that. So the one for the left page has the corners, and this one has kind of like it's making a corner. And I'm just going to grab my chamois and wipe off my all-purpose mat. My brush. And now we're going to do a little bit of stamping on these. So let's start with the one that goes on the left side. I'm going to move things back in here so that I can stamp. Oh, I should also wipe off the stencil. All right, moving our things back in to work on here. Okay, continuing with our Sundance pad, we're going to grab our stamp set and we need the little splatter stamp. The same stamp you've already used with Christina, I think, on layout 1. We're going to grab that and add it to a block. It is on the page with the flowers right in the center of the sheet, right there. And on this one that we've done the corners, we're going to take the splatter and add a couple around where we've stenciled our leaves, sprigs. So I've just added a few around that. Then on the right side, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to add some around here and where we've done our leaves. And then we're going to add a couple up here in the other corner too. There really isn't a right or wrong way to do it. You're just creating layers of stamping and stenciling so that it feels like it's got all kinds of distressing happening. Okay, next stamp we need. This time we're going to use the stamp that has the cursive words. So if we go to the same sheet we got that little splatter from down here at the bottom right corner, there's one that looks like just words written in cursive. We want that one. I think this will fit on a 2x2 block. And we're going to do some second generation stamping. And for those of you who've never done that before, I will show you what that means. We need our Lagoon pad. And I need a scratch paper next to me. And second generation stamping means this. You ink your stamp up, then you stamp it off on a scratch paper, and then without inking again, you stamp it on to your piece. So I'm doing this one with the corners first. So I'm just gonna randomly put that around here. Might even do a few third generations, why not? So that I've just created a pretty design. If I put it right here, you might be able to see better. It's just very subtle. We're gonna be actually doing journaling on this piece, which is why we want it so subtle. Then for the other piece, the one where we put the two leaves in the corners, again, we're going to do some second generation stamping with this, just randomly filling in space. So I've got both of my squares. I think all the layers I need on them. Let me make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Yep. So we can put that stamp away. And I think we're done with our stamp pads, but I'm just going to keep them here just in case I've missed something. See what we're doing, I think, now. All right, this piece that we added the two corners, the opposite corners, we're gonna take, oh, we're not done with our stamping. See, good thing I didn't move it too far away. We need the words living in the moment from our stamp set. And that is on the side that has all the words. Or you could choose whatever words you want if that doesn't fit what you're scrapbooking. We're just going to stamp that right here at the top, centered, just right below the edge with black. so that it looks like that. Isn't that pretty? All these layers of ink and mediums with stenciling and stamping and first generation, second generation. I love that whole mixture of looks. I think we really are done stamping, but I don't dare swear to that. So I will just set that aside just in case. Okay, and now we're going to draw some little lines on our journaling square. Christina showed you how to do that. So you just need your black journaling pen and a ruler. You'll want to make sure this is lined up on your Versamat. And when I do journaling lines, I always put mine really close together because I always am very wordy. But I also like to leave a lot of space above the first line so it doesn't feel crowded against the top or crowded against whatever's above it. So I'm probably going to move down a little ways, like a ½ inch below the living in the moment. And then I'll do the rest of mine a 1/4 inch apart. Really doesn't take much time. Okay, I'm going to show you a trick. I'm going to move over here to the close-up camera. Because I'm trying hard not to put my head all the way in front of your camera, I had a little boo-boo right there. So I'm just going to take this and add a little heart. You just can cover up any boo-boo. It looks intentional. I'll add a couple over here in the bottom so that we create a little bit of balance. Oh, I just did it again. So that means we got to put another one right here. We'll put one down there. There's always a way to fix a mistake, whether it's covering something with a sticker or adding a detail like I just did. There's always a way. I've seen people think they need to throw away a whole project because they got a smudge of ink on it, when really there's a way to fix that. The rules are different in the art studio though. In the art studio, yes, we don't cover up boo-boos. We start over because we want to give you guys the most top-notch art for examples to use for your products. Okay, so you can see what I've created there, those 1/4 inch lines. And I've got those 2 little hearts right there, so I think I'm just going to make a little bit bigger one here at the end. A few little dots here and there. And it looks like it was supposed to be that way, right? Nobody would ever know if we hadn't told them. All right, so we're going to come over here and add that to the middle of this glacier square. And then we'll be ready to embellish this page. Okay, we've got quite a few stickers to add to this page, so we'll start with that. On your sticker sheet, there's this, it looks almost like a luggage label or something. It's got the number 31 in the middle of it. We're going to take that and slide it underneath right here. And if you can't lift yours up, you can always take your scissors and just trim it. I do a lot of that. Okay. Then we've got this one that says Be a Dreamer that's going to overlap our photo, and we're going to put that on foam tape. So what I'll do is just not take the backing off the foam tape on this bottom half. And just like Christina told you earlier, if you want to edge all of these pieces with black ink, you are welcome to do that. Just pause the video and then come back and watch the rest when you're done, because our samples do have the black ink on them. And it looks really pretty. We just thought maybe they don't want to be here with us till 10 o'clock tonight. That off the wrong end. Okay, so that's going to overlap the photo and overlap that sticker we just tucked underneath. Then we also need the dragonfly sticker, which is right here under Faith. And again, we're going to put some foam tape on there. And part of one of his wings on the bottom and his body overlap onto the photo. So I'm just going to make sure I don't take the adhesive off that wing or his body. And then that way, whoever gets these pages can just take them off once they've added their photos. Okay, so it's his bottom left wing and his body. So I'm just going to take the adhesive off those other wings. And that's going to come right here too and overlap a little bit onto that number 31 piece. Now we've got a burst that's gold. So it's the one right down here. And that gold burst goes just to the left and below the dragonfly and overlapping a little bit onto your journaling piece that we created. Okay, we're going to keep moving to the left. We have down here at the bottom, there's looks like a little tab with a gold heart in the middle. And again, it's going to overlap a photo. So I'm just going to take the adhesive off the 3D foam tape that's at the top and leave it on the bottom so that that photo can slide underneath. And I'll just make sure I put that foam tape right up at the very top so that it's the only part that comes off and doesn't overlap that photo. And that goes right here, like that. Okay, now we've got down here, we've got some stickers to add, and this one's going to be tricky. So I'm going to show you a different trick for this one. Because as you can see, this flower overlaps on two photos. So the only place I want it to be sticky is right in the center of the flower. And so I'm going to take my scissors and cut where I've already pulled a sticker off. I'm going to come over here on the close-up camera and show you. So I'm just gonna, I have a little bit of the sticker material still on there. So that I've got it pulled off now, I'm just gonna cut this in half. And I'm gonna put half of it on one side. Half of it, make sure that the slick side is going against the back of your sticker on the other. So that just leaves me that middle part that is sticky like what we wanted. And then I can come back over here and make sure that center part is the part that goes between the two. Oh, let's come back over there. There we go. In between these two photos. And then once we add the photos, you can just pull those little pieces out from underneath. And then we also have a gold butterfly sticker right here. It is to the far right of the page. And the left two wings are going to overlap onto a photo. I'm going to add foam tape and just not pull the foam tape off those two wings, the backing. And just pull it off the right side and be very strategic in how I do this so that it doesn't need to overlap that photo. Okay, so I'm going to turn it back over and pull the adhesive off the two right wings. This is going to slightly overlap that flower we just added that's sticky right in the middle and come up over onto this photo. But I'm going to have these two wings land right in the middle of those so that it has something to stick to. Then we have a little arrow sticker down here that says, "Look at this." It's pink with gold writing. We want to put that on foam tape. And we're going to pull the foam tape backing off the part that's on the long skinny part, but we're going to leave the backing on the pointy part because that's going to overlap onto the photo. And it overlaps on the flower right below the butterfly. So we've created a little cluster right there. And then we have one more sticker to add. We go back to our sticker sheet. There's one that says best day right over here. And this one, again, foam tape, but just the far right edge, we're going to pull the backing off. So instead of pulling the foam tape across the long way, I'm going to put it the short way on this far right edge. That's the end of that guy. Like this. And then I'll do the long ones and not pull the backing off of those. That goes overlapping on this far photo with just that far right side with the backing pulled off. Now we're ready to do some die cuts. So let's grab our die cut sheet, and we need a bunch of bursts. So you can see there are two really big ones. We need both of those really big ones. Then we need one medium-sized one and two smalls. And I think that's all the die cuts on this side. Okay, so let's start with the big ones. We've got one right down here below the left photo. And one up here, kind of peeking out from behind the dragonfly at the top. Then our medium-sized one is going to go right here below the flower and below the center photo. So we've kind of got an angle going on right there. And we got our two small ones. One of our small ones is going to go somewhere. Oh, right there. To form a triangle right there. Then the second small one is going to come up here at the top, and we're still forming a triangle, but not just with black, but with bursts. Can you see we've got the large one, the gold one we added, then we're going to do a third one right there with that small one. So we've created two little triangles with those bursts. And now we're ready to add our flowers. We need a large flower that's not colored and two small. And we're going to add those right over here. I'm going to add foam tape to the large one. And part of that is going to overlap onto the photo. So before you pull the backing off, just double check which part you want to overlap the photo and don't pull the backing off that part. So let me see how I want this to be positioned. I want that part to overlap, so I'm just going to pull that one. And then these two little ones I'm not going to put on foam tape. I'm just going to put some adhesive and slide them right underneath the two corners here of that one. And we've got this left side is done. We are ready to move to the right side. Are you guys proud of yourselves? Isn't that pretty? Okay,
Yeah,
now
we had so many comments about all of these layouts.
they
People
really
just
are
love them.
beautiful. All right, this is the one we need next, the right side. And I'm going to grab the black piece of cardstock. And this time we're going to leave the border around the right side and top and bottom, and the inside is where, the left side on the inside is where it will go right up against the edge of the black. Make sure that you have the right one at the top and the bottom. The bottom has a little more space where you drew your guideline than the top, if that helps a little. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing that we did on the other side. We're going to grab all of these larger squares and we are going to bring them over and lay them out. Let's start with the ballerina. It goes against the right side, and it looks like from the top of the black, it is down about between 1 3/4 and 2 inches. Then let's go over to this side with the periwinkle, and this one goes down 2 inches. Then we're going to take our lagoon, which is the darker blue one, and it's going to go overlapping those two and lower. Now we're going to come down to the bottom row. We want our glacier directly below the ballerina. The Sundance, we're going to come over here and put it directly below the periwinkle. Then we'll add this large square after we glue all those on because it doesn't overlap. I mean, doesn't have anything over the top of it. So same thing. When I do something like this, I like to make sure I get those first few, some adhesive under those just to hold it where I want it before I add too much adhesive. Got those two pieces with some adhesive under them. I can go back and add some more while they're held into place. Right. Then this one, we're going to go just below, if you remember, overlapping both of them and a little bit, about a 1/4 inch below the top of the ballerina. Then let's bring this glacier. It's going to slide under the lagoon and be right directly below the ballerina. Then we're going to do this other edge with the Sundance, and it goes right up against the edge and underneath directly below the periwinkle. And now we're ready to add our large black square that we have. And it is going to overlap onto the lagoon and be about even with the top of the Sundance. And we're going to see a little bit of the corner of the lagoon. So this is one straight line right here. It overlaps the Sundance here and is pretty much even with the edge of the glacier. So there's lots of kind of haphazard measurements here, but I love how it all works together. All right, now we're going to go back and add some of these black squares. We have one on this one on that one right here, and I think I'm going to add foam tape to this center one. Okay, let me tell you how to position this one. We want the same amount of space showing on the top and the left side, and then it's closer on the right and the bottom so that it's kind of more over to one corner. I don't know if that makes sense. There's probably less than a 1/4 inch between this and the square below it. So you can see there's the same here and here. And then if this weren't covered up, it would be the same. These two would have the same space. Okay, now we're going to take the one that goes down in this bottom right corner, and it's going to go more toward the outside and bottom edge. Same thing where we have more space. These two have the same amount of space, and these two have the same amount of space. Now let's go up to this top one. This time, on this one, it's centered between the sides, and at the top, it's only about 3/8 of an inch, so that you've got more space at the bottom, so that it looks like that. So that's what we've got, all of those attached, and we're ready to attach our photos to those. So we need 1 4x4 and 3 3x3s. This layout has 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 photos. That's impressive. And I don't think it feels crazy.
No, I like that about this whole workshop. I feel like it had lots of spots, lots of opportunity to put pictures, but the way it's designed, it doesn't feel too overwhelming.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so we've got our photos added and we're ready to start. Oh, we can also come over here and add this guy that we created. These two that we formed the corner with are going to go in the bottom right corner. And just going to add that where there's a little bit of space on the top and the bottom. There's not much space at all on the sides. And we're ready to add stickers. So grab your sticker sheet. We're going to start out with this circle that says, never forget how incredible you truly are. I'm going to put that on some foam tape. I've been using some thick and some thin on this layout. I like to do that. I don't know if you guys have ever done that before, but I like to have varying heights on my pages. And so the only thing I care if it's the same is if there's things like two photos right next to each other, I may want them to be on the same height of foam tape. But I like that this is going to be higher, and then I might put foam tape on a couple of these with the lower height, and I think it will look really pretty. This one we're going to be mixing a little bit all together here with stamped and stickers. Okay, we are going to be a little to the left and below center over here. So there's a little more space here than there is over here on this other side, and that's going to allow us to create all this clustering around. So the first thing we need is the large flower. I'm just going to add regular adhesive to that and slide it part way underneath here. Then we need the flower sticker that has the 3 flowers down here at the bottom left of the sticker sheet. And this one I'm going to add foam tape only on the parts that aren't overlapping that circle, because if I put foam tape on the part that's going to overlap the circle, it's going to lift up funny. So we only want it on the part that is not overlapping, which is, if you hold your sticker like you see it in my hands, it's this kind of outer half circle there. And then the rest of this can just stick. We don't have to worry about a photo being able to slide underneath that one. Oh, I think I need a little bit here on my gold sprig. And that's going to overlap this flower and overlap the corner. Circles don't have corners. The top quadrant of that circle. All right, then we need one of the small flowers. And it's going to tuck behind that kind of peachy orange flower right there. So you can see we've formed kind of a half moon there, framing that circle. Then we need a couple more stickers right down here. So let's go back to our sticker sheet. There's another gold burst right down here at the bottom. We're going to take that and put it right there on the circle so that the center is kind of on that gold scribbly circle there. So it looks like it's sort of attached to that circle. Then we also need a burst that's right here in the center. It's periwinkle colored. And it's going to go right there. And we'll come back and add the die cuts and the dots in just a moment. So let's keep moving our way through with the stickers. We need the word that says love. And again, it's going to overlap a photo. So we want to put some foam tape. Nope, we don't want foam tape. This one's not on foam tape. We just want to put, leave the sticky on the sticker right there, and then we'll unsticky the part of the sticker that will overlap. So I'm going to hold with my finger where I want it to stay sticky so I don't get confused. And And if you don't have an anti-static pouch, you can be doing that trick I showed you earlier by cutting pieces of the sticker sheet, and that will have the same effect. You can still slide things right out from under it. So I've got love on there. Now we want to add some things right down here. We need our big butterfly sticker, and this is going on foam tape. Little anti-static pouch though is a must-have. I love to emboss. I do a lot of embossing, so I use it a lot for that. You rub it on the paper before you stamp with the Versamark pad and sprinkle your embossing powder on, and it makes it not have all the static in the paper. And also, gosh, I almost put that in the wrong place. It goes right there. Okay, now we're going to form a little cluster down here. Oh, there it is. We need our large flower that was stamped and our small one, and then we need 2 flower stickers. So we're going to grab this larger orange flower, and it is going to go right here. So what we need to do is have this corner here that overlaps that photo not be sticky. And the rest can stay sticky. So that's going to go right there. Then we're going to take our large flower and add some foam tape. I'm going to put the lower height on it this time. I don't have a favorite regular foam tape or thin 3D foam tape. I love them both and use them both a ton. Okay, so this guy is going to overlap that flower and go right above. Then we need the blue flower sticker right here. And that's going to just tuck right under here. Then we need our little flower. And it is going to go right here, kind of tucked under a little bit. Okay, now we've got the title always. And we need to be able to fit believe, but you can see that believe overlaps it a little bit. So we want our A to start over on top of that orangey flower. And we can do the same trick with these as we did the sticker title. If we just want to put some adhesive on these, we can line them right up on our ruler. And I'm not going to put adhesive on the tops of these because they're going to overlap that photo. So I'm just doing like the bottom half of them. And I'll grab my ruler and I'm just going to line them up like I talked to you before about, just on the very first grid line. This way we can make sure they're nice and straight.
Everyone loved this tip last time too, Karen.
Yeah,
It's a good one.
I have to say, when I learned it from Jill, I had never seen it before. So it's a nice tip. I wish I could say I invented it, but I did not. S came away. That's going to come and go right here. Except 2 of them decided to flip off. There we go. So just have to add those separately. Oh, that's because I put the adhesive on the wrong part of my S. Okay, so we've got our always, and then we're going to take the sticker that says believe and add some foam tape to that one, and it's going to overlap this title a little bit. We don't have to worry about any adhesive parts that we can't let be sticky because there's no photo under it. And the far left edge is about halfway across that second part of the W. Always believe. Then we need the little dragonfly that's gold. It's going to go right there next to it, and I'm overlapping the S just a little bit. And I think that takes care of all our stickers. Now we need our die cuts. So we need a medium-sized die cut of the bursts and a small. Then we need, that's all on the die cuts. So we're going to take our medium one first, and it gets added up here at the top, just right above this cluster of flowers and all the things that are happening right there. And then the small one, we're going to add right down here in this little, I guess, nook, I don't know, right there between the flowers. And we're ready to add our embellishments. Did I miss anything? I feel like there's something I should have caught that I didn't. Oh, we need to color them. That's what I didn't catch. All right, we're going to color some circle ones this time. So grab your true black marker, and we need one. Oops, that's the wrong thing I'm looking at. Two of the largest circles. We need we actually need three of the largest circles, so color one more. Three largest circles. Then of the medium, we need 1, 2, 3. Such a good trick. You can make anything whatever color you want it to be. I especially like it on our sparkles because I can make our sparkly gems be like a blue sparkly gem instead of a clear one. Okay, then I've got the 3 of the medium size, and then we need 1, 2, 3 of the babies. Awesome. Now I'm going to bring in the left side next to it so we can do all of our dots on both sides together. My piercing tool is probably hiding. There it is. Okay, let's do this left side first. I'll move these down where you can see better. Okay, on the left side, we need a large one right here under Best Day. And that's the large one on this side. On the right side, we need a large one right here above this flowers cluster. And a large one right down over here. Right there. Okay, now let's move to the mediums. Over on the left side, we need a medium one. An angle down from the large one. And on the right side, you can see we're forming triangles again. We're going to do a medium one right there above and to the left of that large one. And over here, a medium one over on the other side and above the periwinkle burst. And now we're ready to do those tiny ones. On the left side, the tiny one goes right here, part of this cluster we made, so that we formed a triangle. Then on the right side, the small one's right here to form a triangle, and a small one right here to form a triangle. And when we say form a triangle, I'm not talking about a perfect triangle. I mean, you can, but can you see how this is forming? I don't know what that's called. It's not an isosceles. It's some kind of a triangle if you're a geometry buff, but it's still a triangle, and it's helping your eye adjust. Your eye automatically, without you even realizing it, likes odd numbers because your eye likes to find a center. And it also likes different sizes, and it likes things that are not too perfect. Just like in like decorating and landscaping, when things are perfectly symmetrical, they're way more of a formal feel. I love that in landscaping. I like it when like on either side of the stoop, there's two exact bushes alike and then two taller bushes on either side of those that are the same. I love that formal look in landscaping, but I rarely want it to look like that in my layouts because I want it to feel, this is a very playful layout, right? All of these things are kind of haphazardly put on, which feels very playful. So I wouldn't want these to form these perfectly measured triangles. Hope that made sense and helped you understand it a little bit. All right, that is the end of our workshop, but it is not the end of our time together because I have a giveaway. Let's see what we have to give away. We have some Melon Mania, a paper packet, and sticker sheet. This is our color of the year that's actually retiring in just a couple of months, and it's a beautiful color. And let's see who our winners are. If your name is on this slide, if you're a customer, if you're a Close to My Heart customer, you need to email us. You can see that email address right there at the bottom, ctmhoffice@closetomyheart.com. And we just need to get your address and tell us that you are a winner at the Dream Maker Scrapbooking Workshop, and we will get that put in the mail to you. If you are a Close to My Heart maker and your name is on here, you will see next time you go to place an order a prompt where you can just click a little box that says to add your prize to your order. So it's that simple. And that, my friends, is the end of our time together. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun making these absolutely stunningly gorgeous layouts and that you will have fun telling your stories on them. Thanks for coming.